Hello everyone, welcome to the Game Hut. Alright, so I've got a strategy game here. It's called Greek Wars Imperiums. It's been out for a while actually, probably a few years now, but the developers keep coming out with new expansions, new DLC to this game. And this expansion here is actually the third expansion, I believe, in the series. It's called Imperium's Rise of Caesar, and you can see that as the title. But we are not going to get into that DLC for today. It's just that I happen to own all the DLCs on Steam Games, or when I play, and they always give you the most up-to-date DLC that you own, and they make it at the title screen. And I don't think there's a way to change it back to any of the original DLC or the vanilla game title. But that's why you're seeing Rise of the Caesar there. But I will say it again, we are not playing the Rise of Caesar DLC for this session today. We'll be playing the vanilla game, the brand new spanking new back in the day vanilla game, and I will think about perhaps getting into the other DLC afterwards. I might, after we do a vanilla run, I might end up doing, some of the other DLC expansion packs to this series of games as well. Okay, so let's just take a quick look at the official DLC, just for the sake of. I feel like I should promote this game because it's one of my favorite games. But here are the DLC involved. So the vanilla version is not here, of course, because that's the base game. But I guess technically the first DLC or expansion that actually came out at the exact same time as the vanilla version was the Troy edition. It's free, you don't have to purchase it. So there's the Troy DLC. Then following that came out the Age of Alexander DLC. And then after that came out the Rome vs. Carthage DLC. And then very recently, just last week I believe, came out the Rise of Caesar DLC. Okay, so let's get into this game. We're going to go to single player for PC. New game. And then I want to select Ancient Greece. Ancient Greece is the vanilla game. All the other ones are the downloadable content. Yeah. Oh, along with that Troy DLC, it's actually split into two sort of DLCs. So there are actually two games in one. One is Troy. The other one's called the Peloponnese. I should point that out. Same thing with the newest DLC, Rise of Caesar. It's actually split into two games, which is pretty cool. The Gallic Wars and the British Isles. I wanted to point that out before we move on. Okay, so we're going to click on Ancient Greece, the vanilla game. Logging in now. Hopefully you guys can hear me through the introduction music. I tried to turn the game introduction music down, so I hope you guys can hear me. I tried to turn it down, but it's not possible to turn it down. Now in-game, I will turn the music volume down so you can hear me, but yeah, sorry, on the introduction screen it's not possible. Okay, so Ancient Greece. Now you're allowed to click the map reveal if you'd like to, as a bit of a spoiler, just to see what the what the land mass looks like. I'm not going to, because when I first played this game, I never clicked that. I don't like spoilers. I'll let you guys take a read of the sort of the introductory lore here before we hit the next button. Well, I've got my trusty coffee here to sip on while I venture through this game. But I'm going to go ahead and read some of this prelim lore here. Alright. Ancient Greece. In a time long before it became known as Greece, was not yet even thought of as a cohesive nation. Still a fragmented agglomeration of city-states. Agglomeration of city-states. Well, you know what? I should put on my glasses. I can't read without my glasses very well. One moment. Just stick those babies on. Okay. A fragmented agglomeration of city-states spread across much more than just Hellas. Each continued its struggles against its neighbors, changing sides and quarreling. Even after the 27-year-long so-called Peloponnesian War, and long after the Hellenes united once to drive off the Persians. In the east, the Achaemenid, if I can say this one right, the Achaemenid inheritors of the Persian Empire strive to keep thumbs open upon its independence-minded collection of satrapies. To the north, in the foothills of the Balkans, barbarian tribes of Illyria and Thracia vie with a Hellenic state for supremacy. Sparta, Athens, and Boeotia, I can never say that one correctly, I'm always trying. Boeotia continue their rivalry, and now a new power is about to rise in the midst of all this conflict. Macedon, or as I like to say, Macedon. But some people say Macedon, others say Macedon. When I was younger, I used to call it Macedon. Or sorry, I used to always call it Macedon, I believe, and then someone corrected me on it and said, no, it's Macedon. So then for years I ended up calling, the faction Macedon, but then I ended up switching it back again to Macedon because I kept hearing on other historical YouTube channels authors calling it Macedon. So I don't know which is which, but I'm just going to stick with Macedon. Okay, next. Oh, by the way, this game can support up to 28 factions or 28 players. Okay, so here we've got the list of playable factions. There we go. And I believe they're 28, right? 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 20, yep. So 27, I just wanted to count that to make sure. Now some of them are locked out. And the reason why they're locked out is because you actually have to beat this game with certain types of factions firstly, and sometimes on a certain type of difficulty level to unlock those. Now I know that some players kind of complain about this. They would just like them all unlocked. I mean, why lock them up, right? The more selection, the merrier. So I guess the developers just wanted something for us to all, challenge up to and look forward to, right? Sort of like a means to an end goal. However, I will give you guys a little tip. If you politely ask the head developer and designer of Cube Games, he might be kind enough to actually physically unlock it for you. There's a way that he can enter your log files, provided you give it to him, and he can actually unlock various factions for you for free. And I hear, and well, I know, he's actually rather open to that, because I had once asked him to do that for one particular faction, and he did that for me easy peasy. Okay, so I have played the vanilla version of this game enough, and I played 2 specific factions that I actually conquered the game with. The entire game. All the victory conditions and encompassing the entire map. The first game that I played was with the faction Macedonia. And it was a blast. with Macedon, I would recommend that new players to Greek Wars, Imperiums, play Macedon as their first faction, because, well, it's the predecessor, to Alexander the Great, right? And it builds up that history, and well, it's a great faction to play. It's good for beginners because the start of the game isn't extremely difficult, whereas a lot of these other factions it is. Now there's a lot to manage as you play through Macedon, because they have one of the largest land masses available between all the factions in the game. But it's just a very interesting faction to play altogether. So I would strongly recommend playing Macedon for those who are walking into Greek Wars newly. Now the second game that the second faction that I had played in conquering this game was Sparta, the Spartans. And that was progressively harder, especially in the beginning of the game. But as they gain more and more power, Sparta, by the time I got to mid-game to end-game, I was actually pretty powerful as a nation. So I met all the victory conditions and conquered the entire map as Sparta. And that's it, guys. I've never tried any other factions in this game, actually, besides Macedon and Sparta, and I've not beaten this game with any other faction other than Macedonia and Sparta. So this time I'm going to choose a brand new faction and nation to play. And I think I'm going to go with Athens. I've always kind of wanted to try out Athens. I'm a little bit intimidated by it because I feel like it would have a very difficult starting position, as they're scattered throughout the islands, as you can see on the mini-map there. Athens owns a bunch of small islands and medium-sized islands off of its mainland. So I feel like I would have a lot to look after, and I'm not sure how I feel about defending all of this stuff, against possible enemies. But yeah, holy smokes. I'm gonna go with it anyway, because I've always kind of wanted to play Athens. Technically, I guess the rivals of Sparta. Okay, and so I'll point out here that basically on the western side of the map here, are pretty much all of the Greek nations, and getting to the north of the map is sort of a mix between Greekish and barbaric factions and tribes and nations. And then over in the east side of the map, these are all the Easterners. These are all basically a mix of Arab and Thracian sort of mix of peoples, I guess. And in particular, this is where the Persian Empire comes out of. Archimedes, if I can say his name properly. And he is a figure to be fearful of, because his kingdom can quickly turn into an empire. The Persians start off with a pretty good technology level and a very good economy, good trade. They have other sort of Eastern nations around them that I think they're hoping to encompass. But yeah, the Persians usually become a superpower in most games, which all of Greece has to contend against. That's the case. Okay, now that that's cleared, up here you will see under Athens the title. We have the flag of Athens. Then it says AI proficiency. It's set to heroic. Now this is only for the AI, and as you see over here on the left hand side of the screen under select country or faction or nation, you'll see all the faction names, their leaders, and then it says AI. Here we have AI Legendary under Macedonia. Under Mysia we have AI Medium. Under Lydia we have AI Hard. These are the difficulty levels for the AI. Now the lead game designer and developer strongly recommends that you leave those alone. because he apparently balanced it with the fine-tooth nail. Fine-tooth nail? Am I saying that right? No, a fine-tooth comb is what I meant to say. A fine-tooth nail. A fine-tooth comb, for balancing systems, So he strongly recommends that you leave all those difficulties as is. In fact, he recommends every difficulty in the game you leave as is. And I will strongly recommend that you play on the medium or normal difficulty level, which we'll get to next. So this game it's kind of different because it's partitioned into two types of difficulty. One difficulty mode is splintered off into every single nation in the game, as you can see here, and they're all different difficulties. And then you have an overall difficulty level, which we'll get to soon. And it's more global. Now, difficulty in this game, from my understanding, in speaking with the developer, is that it doesn't really give you handicaps, buffs, like cheat buffs. It doesn't just give the AI like more gold or better combat strength, things that we typically find in every single, other strategy game out there, which I actually find pretty annoying and frustrating. I don't like cheats. I don't like when the AI cheats because it's unrealistic. And usually game developers who throw in a bunch of cheats to their AI, it basically tells the player that they don't know how to program their artificial intelligence very well. They don't know how to program them tactfully and strategically and smartly. But this game, well, the AI in this game is actually pretty damn good, I would say. In fact, I would say it's the best AI I've ever encountered in any strategy game I've ever played in all my years of gaming. Okay, so yeah, with that being said, the difficulty level more so attunes to how smart the AI plans and what it does with its planning phases, as well as how it uses its economy. So an easier AI will use its economy and its, how it builds its civic systems a little more lazily, or not as smart, or it'll be more cautious, meaning it'll hold a certain amount of its treasury money back. It won't risk spending if it feels a little unsure about something. However, when you get to the stronger difficulty levels, the AI is a bit more brazen and will take more risks and will spend more of its treasury and budget for buildings and civic structures and even armies that it sees are probably fit in the moment. Okay, so I'm going to look... Oh, I think we've already got Athens selected here, but I'm just going to make sure it is selected. Where are you? Athens. Oh. It said click to unlock this faction. That's funny. It is recommended that you complete the tutorial before playing the faction you selected. However, you do have the option to proceed without completing the tutorial, which is not recommended. Are you sure you want to play this faction? Yes, I will. So two of them, it's like there's a lock and key. It's more like a cautionary, so I can click into two of those factions there and play them. But I do notice that there were 2 or 3 factions there that are completely locked out, so we actually need to meet certain game criteria to unlock those. So I'm going to say yes, because I have played this game before, and I'm rather good at this game. But you know what? I could very well lose this one, so no promises. I'll say yes. So we've got Athens selected. And you notice the AI proficiency went to NA, not applicable because now the player has taken over this faction. Now over here you'll see under Athens population, economy, power, and country size bars. In yellow it means it's full, and when you see more red that means it's depleted. So the population of Athens, the economy of Athens, and the power of Athens in start game is maxed right out 100%. That means they're doing mighty fine with those attributes. However, the country size is not so bright, not very big. It's certainly under 50%, more around 30%. So we will be mindful of that. Athens does not have a lot of land mass, and because it does not have a lot of land mass, it may not have as many resources. Sometimes that can be misleading though, because you can have a bunch of resources packed into one little area of land, depending on where you are on the map. Starting position. Dynamic yet quite safe. Start with a few challenges at the beginning. That's what it says here. The background. Athens is a major political, economical, and military power among the Hellenic city-states. The birthplace of democracy covers relatively little territory on mainland Hellas, but it controls many colonies on the Thracian coast. Now, I say Thracian, but I've heard others say Thracian with a sh. I'll say Thracian. As well as several Aegean islands. Through its leadership of the Athenian League, Athens maintains a superior naval fleet and fairly strong land army, but is spread quite thin, especially on the waves, which is also its weakness, as her economy relies heavily on extensive trading, since her own resources are meager. I guess that would make sense, because, well, Athens does not have much land, right? Not a lot of land mass. While Athens tries to tighten its hold upon the Athenian League, tension is created amongst some members, such as Rhodian Alliance and Boeotia, and in the meantime it looks upon the expansionist policies of Macedon with distrust, even as it dares not turn away from its main rival, Boeotia, led by the mighty Thebes. Sustaining a large population and army, and maintaining a dominant role in the Hellenic realm will require good planning and strategic thinking, in addition to its skillful diplomacy. Okay. Now here we've got the game difficulty. This is the global game difficulty. I'm going to click it here. You've got noob, beginner, easy, medium, hard, heroic, and legendary. I always play on medium, and I would strongly recommend to all players, no matter what your ability, to give medium the go, to make that your designated preference, because I find that it is the best difficulty for game balance, and it feels the most realistic, and it provides a good challenge to more progressively elite players, middle-class players, and even players who are not very understood with the game, who are fairly new, even brand new to the game. Now, if you're a brand new player walking in and you play on global medium difficulty, yes, you could very well lose multiple times your game. But I say go for it anyway, because in losing is where the fun is, the trial and error of things, and there's many different ways you can play factions in this game over and over again. I find the replayability of Greek Wars is tremendously wonderful. Now, I feel like I've been playing this game quite a bit, and I'm probably, I could probably take on the hard difficulty level at this point. I think I did try one hard game and a few veteran games, and I didn't really like it. I found them to be, it just felt not so balanced to me for some reason. I didn't have that much fun of a time. So then I always go back to medium. And medium still proves a pretty decent challenge actually for me, even as a player who's been playing many hours into this game on Steam. Here we have game speed. I'll click on that. There's realistic, there's slow paced, there's moderate, there's dynamic, and there's brisk. Realistic is the game speed that I prefer to play on because, well, I'm a realist and it feels more real. It feels more real and more historically proper. Slow paced is if you want a very slow turn-based game. Something more like a marathon run. And then moderate is moderate is fairly similar to realistic, the speed factor anyway. It's just that there are a few differences that skip realism, I would say. Then we've got dynamic. I've never played on dynamic, so I can't really speak towards that. And there's brisk, and I also have not played on brisk, so I can't really speak towards that either. Brisk, I would say, is fast, is a speedy turn-based, so you probably whip through the eras in the years a lot quicker, the months. Okay, now I'm going to click on realistic because that is my favorite. We've got 10 different options you can choose to invoke and make a part of your playing experience or not. And they are army morale. Army morale of the fighting units facing a particular enemy greatly affects the battle results. I always like having this as checked on because there's a lot of strategy and a lot of cool stuff that comes with this feature and mechanic in the game. I always keep it on. It also gives some good challenge to the game too, and it's realistic. We have research tree hidden. Technologies still beyond your reach will be hidden. This one I always click on or check yes because I like being in the unknown when walking through this game, through the course of history. I don't like knowing what futuristic technologies are ahead of me, what's on the horizon, until I get very close to it. And getting close to new technologies, well, you simply have to learn the technologies that you have to the day. So I always like that one on. Next is supply management. Units require supplies to maintain their fighting abilities and general morale. Supply management I always check on because it creates a lot of pretty interesting challenge to the game, and it's very realistic. So I always check that on. I never keep it off. Mandatory objectives. Player has to choose from a list one or more objectives that he commits to follow and complete. I always keep this on. I always check this on. Now with this one, I know there's some controversy with this option because there are about, I would say, half the players who own and play this game do not like the mandatory objectives. They find it kind of in the way. They find it too stubborn. Because if you fail a mandatory objective, you get a morale hit penalty to all of your cities, all your settlements in the game. And a lot of players don't like that. Now if you complete a mandatory objective, then you gain various benefits and rewards, such as gold and maybe some political clout, things like that. Now the thing with mandatory objectives is that it's time sensitive, so you have a certain amount of time, basically turns, to accomplish your mission. And yeah, half players don't really like that. For me, I like it. I like this feature. I think it brings an extra piece of something to the game. I like objectives, so I go for it. And to be honest, if you fail and you take that morale hit, it's not that bad really. Especially if your city-states are already doing quite fine and you keep them nice and healthy, the morale hit is easily recoverable in my opinion. Now if you're already doing very bad and your city-states are like half rebelling on you already, and then you also fail mission objectives, that could be a bad thing. That could be a bad thing for your cities. I'm going to keep that checked on. And before we get to corruption, I'm just going to take one sip of my coffee, guys. Okay, corruption. We've got larger states are prone to corruption that negatively affect production of resources. I also keep corruption on all the time. I keep it checked because again it adds a whole new dynamic and challenge to the game. Yeah, it has you looking internally with your nation, periodically. Make sure you're treating everybody well, and to make sure your leaders, aren't getting too carried away with their power and authority, right? Because they start stealing from you. They start stealing your money, your treasury, and you don't want that. So you got to keep things in check, by watching your leaders and, more importantly, making sure that where you're building your settlements are within areas of your control. What settlements you're taking over by force are within areas of your control. Sometimes you can build like embassies and things like that, regional capitals, to help quell and correct corruption getting too out of hand. Pretty cool stuff. Okay, and the next one we got is research tree mixed. Technologies in the research tree will be mixed. Now, sometimes I keep this checked on, other times I keep it off. I would say that when I was new to the game, I always kept it checked on. But as I played this game more and more and more, I realized that I actually enjoy it checked off. I don't like the mixed research tree. Now, the developer and lead designer of the game, he recommended to me that I keep it on, that I do check it on, the mixed research tree, and he has reasonings for that. And, you know, they're pretty cool and understandable reasonings. But for me, I like it off anyway. That is because when you put a mixed research tree, all of the factions and nations in the game start with the same technologies or possible and potential technologies on the table. It's all there. They have access to all of them. Once they get through a certain amount of technology, learned technologies, they have access to all of that. And it's pretty even Steven, you know, balanced across the way. Everything is fair, you know, kind of between all the factions in the game. But I didn't find it historically accurate, because depending on what faction and nation you are or you were in the world back in that day, in ancient times, the research was different. You know, every faction had a different type of research and a research tree that it would follow. It certainly wasn't mixed, and you know, there are certain nations that were not privy to certain technologies that another nation might have had for quite some time. And the only way that they could get that research was either to trade for it, if they're on good relations with that other nation or faction. They could trade for it and learn from their scholars, or it could be through cultural influence. So sometimes when, you know, two nations are bordering up together, or their cultures are kind of tying together a bit, sometimes the research and technology would tie in as well, so they could learn another culture's technology that way. And a third reason where you can get a transfer of technology is through military absolutism, absolving their technology through war and conquer. So if you take over a culture, a nation, you basically steal the research and learn, you know, their goods. So in history, these are the reasons behind, you know, how nations could still acquire other, you know, other types of technologies from around the world that aren't inherently their own. And I like that because it's more historically accurate, and it also gives more strategy to the game, I find. You know, you are not privy to all the potentials of technology. You have to go out of your way in some way to try to get those, you know, through those three things I listed. Through trade, you know, scholar influence is trade in this game, where you have a scholar that runs around the map, and he can kind of bestow research and do some sort of like trading, almost influencing between nations when it comes to technology, or cultural sort of emulsion. That's another way, and that's also a mechanic in this game that you can utilize. And then through war and conquest, you can basically repo and take over technologies. So all those three things are possible to do in this game. Just take some finesse and a little effort, and I love it. I like to do that. So that's why I like to keep this checked off. Okay, random events. Positive and negative random events can happen. I always keep this checked on. Things like earthquakes, you know, or like heat droughts that, you know, can dry up your farms and your agriculture, stuff like that. I like this feature. It does make the game more difficult, but it's a great challenge mechanic that I appreciate, and it throws in a little bit of randomness to the game, which I like. So I always keep that checked on. Next, we have territories. Controlling a whole territory increases production of all resources within it, and vice versa. Yeah, I always keep this checked on. If you can complete a whole, or you own an entire territory, you get better production. Pretty cool. I like that one. It kind of gives you a little more incentive to control a whole territory. You know, either to trade it in some way through cultural influence with other nations, or to go to war with other nations to take it by force. Next, we've got garrisoned autonomous. Autonomous cities produce units for the defense of the city and the surrounding area. I always keep this checked on. Not all players keep this one checked on, I notice, but I like it. This only really adheres to nations in the world, even barbaric states that players cannot play. Basically it's for city-states. So if you're a player or an AI and you have one city settlement left, that's all you have in your nation, you get extra garrison armies that will spawn from that periodically, which is pretty helpful. You don't even have the resources or the gold for it. They will just spawn, and that's because the peoples in that city settlement are literally scared for their lives, and they have no choice, so they round up whatever population they can to become man-at-arms to defend their city. So I think that's fairly realistic, and I also like to give the little guys a little extra strength, right? So if you're down and out and you're at your last city settlement in the game, or it's the AI city settlement, it gives them a little extra perk, to try to keep them around just that little bit longer before, their lights go out against the opposition. All right, next and lastly, I believe, let's scroll down. We got more, pardon me guys, there are 13 options, not 10. Okay, we got a little more then. Generals. Generals increase general morale in military units and incite unrest in foreign cities. I always keep this checked on. Generals are a cool mechanic to the game. They can help bolster your army's morale and make them more resilient in fighting and in battle. They can also influence cities, by trying to slowly turn them over to your side. Literally city flipping. Generals can also act as spies. If you just be cautious in how you move them around the map, because I find generals can die very easily in combat too. Generals cannot attack, they can only defend, and they're very weak when it comes to their health, or hit points, I guess we could call that. Generals can also go on special adventures to seek out treasures around the map. These come in the form of special events in the game. You can get treasures, things like that. There are not too many of these treasure events, by the way, not too many at all, but there are some. And next we've got heroic quests. Quests to find legendary treasures. I was kind of speaking towards that there with the generals. Yep, there are heroic quests that you can kind of work towards. They're pretty cool. I tend to usually skip them myself. Like I usually don't care about them unless I happen to be very close to the location where that treasure is. Then I will, pursue that quest. I always keep that checked on anyway, just for the heck of it. Then we've got myths and legends. Mythical creatures appear in the game. I tried a few of these games with mythical creatures, and I didn't like it so much. There's nothing wrong with a feature in the addition of mythical creatures. It's just that I like this game to be very historic and accurate, because it already does such a great and wonderful job of being historically accurate. The realism to this game is pretty phenomenal. So I didn't want to throw it off, that direction with mythical creatures and things like that can offer your military units magic and power buffs and things like that. I didn't care for all that, and I thought it kind of pulled away from the overall strategy of the game. Ever since, I always check that off. I never play with myths and legends anymore, but you're all welcome to try it out. Hey, maybe you'll like it, right? And finally lastly, we have randomized relations. Initial relations between factions are randomized. I always keep this checked off. I don't like randomized nations because it pulls the game away from historical accuracy, and that's the reason why I do that. If you have randomized relations selected on, nations that are usually rivals in history will be like the best of friends sometimes, right? I don't like that, so it really throws me off. I'm a historical buff, that's why, so I'll keep that off. Now here we have Iron Man mode, and if you click Iron Man mode on, basically it's no holds barred. If you lose the game at any given moment, or you're starting to fail and do poorly in the game, you cannot rewind the clock. You can't go back to any previous save game at all. Once you exit the game or turn it off, the game will automatically save and that's the only save you get. Once you come back into the game, it starts you from there. If you die in the game or you lose the game entirely, well, the game saves you at death. So when you can't resume the game because you're dead. Iron Man mode, I always play on Iron Man mode when I'm playing my own private single games. Always, 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 because I love Iron Man mode. I like the density of that sort of challenge. Where I have to be very careful every step of the way, because if I make a mistake, it could be the very end, and I could literally lose hours of playing time. And to get through one of these maps, my friends, oh my gosh, it takes hours. You could be running over 12 hours of game time. You could be running over 20 hours of game time. You could be running 30 hours of game time. Not kidding. It is a long and extensive game. For the sake of this content building for this channel, I'm going to keep it as off for now. And that's only because I may actually lose this game or make a fatal mistake, because I've never played this nation before, and I don't want to redo everything all over again in my channel narrative to you guys. So for only this case, I'm gonna click it where I'm allowed to jump back a save or two if need be. But I will make this deal with you guys that if I make a terrible decision or choice in the game that really puts me back, I will let you guys know. I'll inform you what that is, and then I will tell you that I am going to go revert back to a certain save. It won't be a save too extensively far, something near, but yes. And if I lose and I actually die in this game, I will let you know as well. You will see that on screen, and I will revert back and hopefully be able to correct it and keep going. Or not. I may not be able to recover from it, so we'll see how that goes. But irregardless, I do not plan on... I don't really plan on finishing this entire game with you all here, on public channel, just because it is so long. Like, these games can go on and on and on. I love the length of these games, but I don't know if that's sufficeable for this content channel, to progressively play for that long. So this is what I'm gonna do. I'm probably gonna play for several hours and, get through a lot of cool stuff in this game, take a look at all the mechanics and features, and do a lot of strategy play, and I'll be commenting and making commentary along the entire way, to give you guys a really good dose of what this game is all about. And then I'll probably, wrap it up and tell you guys I'm wrapping it up now and then tuck it away, However, if I get enough of you in the comments section saying, hey, can you keep going, keep playing, play for some more hours, try to keep playing, maybe try to keep playing to the end, play to certain victory conditions, if enough of you are asking me, I'll probably do it. I'll continue on. Okay, so now we're going to start this baby up. As sometimes they give you little tips down below. Loading. By the way, everyone, my nickname on Steam is Mr. Goblin. That's what I go by on Steam. Some of you who play this game may already know me. I played, several very good multiplayer games with some of you. Quite fun. And I'm pretty active on the community forums.
Sparta and Athens have a venerable presence that has shaped our history, and neither will easily yield their place. Though Sparta lost its dominance a few decades ago after an earthquake, leading to Messenia breaking away, and defeat under Theban spears, underestimating their will for reascendance would be a mistake. Military tradition is in their blood. They will not settle for second place at the Olympiad, nor diplomatic table, much less the battlefield. Athenian presence now stretches from Attica to far-flung colonies along our sea. They also control the Delian League. However, many allies resent Athenian hubris and treatment of them as slave nations. Outright rebellion may be nigh as other states seek to undermine them. Yet, while Sparta and Athens influenced our culture for centuries, another rival enters the amphitheater for the final act. Young Philip has taken the throne in Macedonia, his brother the king having recently fallen against barbarians. Though his fledgling kingdom struggles, Philip is fearless and ambitious. Oracles have prophesied that Hellenes will learn how one man can change the history of so many.
Okay, there we go. There we go, guys. Pretty interesting. A little bit of a political situation there. Scenario begins. Ancient Greece, in a time long before it became known as Greece, was not yet even thought of as a cohesive nation, still a fragmented agglomeration of city-states spread across much more than just Hellas. Each continued its struggles against its neighbors, changing sides and quarreling after 27-year-long so-called Peloponnesian War, and long after the Hellenes united once to drive off the Persians. I'm rereading this, guys. I've already read it earlier, but I'll just reread it again real quick. In the east, the Achaemenid inheritors of the Persian Empire strived to keep thumbs upon its independence-minded collection of satrapies. To the north, in the foothills of the Balkans, barbarian tribes of Illyria and Thracia vie with the Hellenic states for supremacy. Sparta, Athens, and Boeotia continue the rivalry, and now a new power is about to rise in the midst of all the conflict: Macedon. Athens introduction. Athens is a major political, economic, and military power among the Hellenic city-states. The birthplace of democracy covers relatively little territory on mainland Hellas, but it controls many colonies on the Thracian coast, as well as several Aegean islands. Through its leadership of the Athenian League, Athens maintains a superior naval fleet and fairly strong land army, but is spread quite thin, especially on the waves, which is also its weakness, as her economy relies heavily on extensive trading, since her own resources are meager. While Athens tries to tighten its hold upon the Athenian League, tensions is created amongst some members such as Rhodian Alliance and Eubea, and in the meantime it looks open the expansionist policies of Macedon with distrust, even as it dares not turn away from its main rival, Boeotia, led by mighty Thebes. Sustaining a large population and army and maintaining a dominant role in the Hellenic realm will require good planning and strategic thinking, in addition to skillful diplomacy. Our military tradition allows you to draw upon experienced troops. Some newly recruited Greek infantry and naval units can already have attack, defense, and movement improvements. Such military advantage should not go to waste. The future of the nation is now in your hands. Honor the vision of your ancestors and continue in their great deeds. Your predecessor has already laid out some plans called objectives that can be found under this icon. Looks like a scroll. In the state menu or in the state window, follow in their steps and fulfill your destiny. We can actually click on that right here. You can find this symbol in the menus in-game as well, but we'll click on this one for now since it's so conveniently there. Player objectives for this nation. Rule the waves. Athens used to rule the waves. While we are still decent naval power, our colonies are far-flung and vulnerable. Our once superior navy now mostly growing kelp at the bottom of our sea, we need to rebuild our navy to the strongest force in the world again. And, well, funny enough, this is already 70% complete. So when you begin the game with certain nations, some of their objectives have already progressed, already half met or more or less. So we have some of our objectives here that have already been worked on pretty good, while others are completely bare and we have a lot of work to do. And scrolling down here, I'm not going to read all of these, of course, but I'll read the first three because those are the ones we're going to work on first, I would say, and we have the best production or process in these so far. We're developing into it. The next one is Invisible Army. We've met 58% of it so far in objectives. Pretty cool. Okay. The rivalry between the Hellenic states is never ending. Doubtless, it will be but a matter of time before the Hellenic world is set afire once more. And this time we need to be prepared. Our military needs to be increased in size and power to be able to counter any threat. And the next one is Defend Colonies. Colonies, especially those along the Thracian coast and Gulf of Therma, including Potidia in Chaldiki, If we are able to hold most of them for a minimum of several years, their security will be better assured for the near future. I have to remember that. Gotta hold that for several years, huh? Oh, I didn't realize. That's funny. When I looked at this, the scroller bar was already down here. We actually missed that first sentence. Athens finds herself at war once again. We need to see our colonies, especially those along the Thracian coast and Gulf of Therma. Okay, that's cool. So these three we will look at. There's actually a search clicker here on defend colonies. Let's click on that. Kind of shows us. Okay, so I don't know if you guys can see, but there are little map item nodes, and those are the ones we've got to defend, I guess, for several years. There's several of them. So all up in the north, sort of where Macedon is and where Thracia is. Okay, well, that's noted. Okay, we'll X out of that. Okay, here we are. We're zoomed in, and then we can also zoom out of the map, and we can zoom quite far out of the map, where it almost becomes very two-dimensional. I like this feature; it's kind of cool. So when you zoom in, technically this is all a 2D map, but it appears to look 3D when you scroll in, you zoom in. But when you zoom out, look, watch, it literally becomes very 2D, like a cardboard, board game. Yeah, you can keep scrolling out. You can see all the cities and towns everywhere, as well as all the natural resources on the map. It even allows you to see all the resources in the fog of war, as well all the cities in the fog of war in the game too. You can't see anything else other than cities and resources, though, in the fog of war. But yeah, these are the dimensions of the gaming board, we will call it. We're going to zoom back in again, back into our territorial area, or mainland, I'll call it. Now over here we have a mini map too, as you can see, and you can also like zoom in and zoom out through these buttons here. I never use that. I just use my mouse scroller wheel. And over here on the side of this mini map, you can do some highlighting, on the main map, depending on what you click here. Terrain color overlay, turn off and on map grid. Map grid is kind of like the spaces in which your units can move. Kind of like a board game, really, like an old-fashioned board game. I prefer not to see the grids, though, because I just like the game looking a little bit more realistic. Yeah, so we got some stuff here. You can turn on and off the game sound. There's some features here. Pretty much I never click on any of these. I never really look on these. Sometimes, if anything, I'll turn off and on the trade routes sometimes, but really I just never really utilize these buttons. You can also hide the entire settings panel if you'd like, and that's what I tend to use, or tend to do. It only gives me like 1 or 2 centimeters of screen space, but I take it. Okay, and then just above the mini map, we've got the political map menu that opens up here, and then beside it on both sides, we've got a trade overview map that can open up. And we also have a strategic overview map that we can open up. I'll open up the strategic overview map briefly here. That's what it looks like. And our faction is in the blue color. And we have improvements selected as on. And here we can select on all the improvements that we currently have in our settlements, as well as the ones that we may be about to build in time. And this is for military. These are military improvements. And with this tab bar at the side here, look at all these tabs. Mines. There are 8 mines that belong to us. Shows us all the mines that we have on the map that belong to our faction, but also that belong to, others, I guess. We've got the Imperium boats if we want to see where all of our boats are. We have one boat, apparently. I believe so, right? Yeah, we have one boat. One Byram boat. It's more of like an attack boat. We have no normal boats. Cities, we have got 18 cities, which is actually pretty good. Holy smokes. We've got 18 cities. They're all highlighted there on the map. We have one coal mine. We've got one galley boat. The galleys are great for holding, it's like troop transports. They can fight too, but they're not really that great at fighting. They're they can fight, but they're meant for carrying soldiers from shore to shore, really. We've got 2 gold mines. We've got 2 hoplite soldier units. That's where they're stationed. We've got one in our mainland, and then we've got one way up in the north, where Macedon is, between Macedon and Thracia. We've got 3 iron mines. We've got 0 nomad military units. We've got 4 peltest units. Pretty cool. You can scroll down here, there's more. We've got 2 settler units. We've got 1 shipyard, manufacturing center, repair center. We've got 1 slave market. We've got 2 stone quarries. We've got 1 temple. And we have 1 trireme boat. Triremes are like one of the best attacking boats, really, if not the best attacking boat. Yeah, pretty cool. I love these strategic overview. I do find myself peeking in here periodically because there's so much you can see at a glance. It's actually quite helpful because I don't like to scroll around the map too much and try to remind myself where everything is. Scrolling around the map can take some time in between turns, and sometimes it can be a bit finicky because the way this game is designed is that it tries to make things very convenient for the player to snap to and between different objects and units. Sort of like the way the game Civilization 5 and 6 operates. As a reminder, kind of snaps you between, your next unit, your next unit, your next unit, or your next settlement. This game does the same type of thing. So it's always trying to redirect you somewhere, and sometimes I find I had to fight against that a little bit just to break away and look around the map at things that I want to look at, Of course you can do that, and it's not very challenging or hard. It just takes an extra couple clicks to kind of unlock yourself from the automated, next unit to next unit system to break away for a bit to look around before clicking on any unit to get back in that cycle again. So to not deal with that too often, I tend to just go in here when I'm actually looking for something like, an object of some sort. I will just click here on any of these tabs, look for what I need. Okay, we'll get out of that. And then get into the trades overview map here. Currently no trades, because we're not trading with anybody yet. I like to go here for a quick shortcut to trades. Whoever I'm trading with, trade routes and things like that. You can go into it in another menu panel up here, but it's a few more clicks to get in there. This one it's nice and quick if I just want to see things at a glance. And then we've got the open political map. This one, is the political map, so it shows you all the nations and factions present and in existence in the game. It will not show barbaric city-states and states. It won't show barbarians. Yeah, it'll also show you who you are friends with, who you're at war with, who you got tight bonds with, things like that. It'll also show you which nations have vassals and satellites under them. And it looks to me that Persia has, quite a few. And then over here you can show or hide the banners if you want a little more visual room. Hide or show military campaigns. Hide cameos. This basically just shows the portraits of the faction leaders. It's more so for aesthetic appeal. Usually I keep that off though. Okay, so that's just this. I like these three quick go-to menus here just to quickly spot check stuff in the game, right? It's pretty handy. I like those there. Now up here at the top right-hand side of the screen, this little tiny icon tucked in the corner right there, that's your main menu. It's right there. It's so small, but there it is. That'll bring you back to the main menu where you can, save your game if you're not on Iron Man mode and, get into your options and exit the game, things like that. And then this big panel button here is sort of sundial. That is the button to process to your next turn. Here we have the current date and the season. So it's autumn, the year 359 BC, or before the Christ era. Here's a go to the Imperium's library, this question mark. This is pretty helpful if you just want to know more about what units and building structures and things like that do in the game. Basically, if you want to learn anything about this game, you go here. It's the instruction manual of Greek Wars, and more so. So yeah, it's great for reference checking and things like that, and it's easy access right from the game. Pretty cool. Here you can just kind of gimmick around with the music tracks if you want to skip a music track and things like that. It's what you do here. Okay, and as you can see, there are various things you can kind of just hover over and highlight in the game, and you'll get a little tooltip drop down that kind of gives you some advice. It's sort of like some tutorial advice. There's an actual tutorial to this game, but this one kind of gives you some quick reminders of things. I find it pretty helpful. The tutorial of this game I actually did play. I played it quite some time ago, but the tutorial was actually not bad. It gives you it gives you a good premise base of the game and how to play. There's some more learning, and it is definitely good to read the instruction manual of this game anyway. But the tutorial was actually not bad. You play as Macedon in the tutorial. Okay, and then over here on the upper left-hand side of the screen, we've got our sort of our national icon and banner here. This is the state window, and that gets us into our main menu system, and we'll get to that in a moment. Underneath it we have the research bar. When we decide to study a certain type of research, the research title will show up there, and this red bar will slowly start filling up green, progression up to like 100% until learned. It'll also, as you can see with the highlight there, it says available technologies, riding school. So we only have one research technology available to us right now. And then it says technologies required, more resources. It gives you a list of other techs. These are ones that we at least know we can potentially work towards. There are other techs that are completely grayed out. We have no idea what's beyond that shroud, but these are the ones that we can at least see ourselves getting into. It just requires more finesse and resources to get there. Okay, then just above that we have a masonry hammer, or it could be like a blacksmith hammer. We've got a balancing scale system icon, and then we've got a scroll. So the scroll, we'll click on that. That just actually brings us back to the objectives map. And it's the objectives that we currently are working on. Remember the defend colonies? Well, that's there. And it just kind of gives us a bit of a reminder on, an information find what to do with that. So we've got the settlements that we have to defend for several years. We see all that again. We have another one here called Defend the Oracle. And it shows us what that objective map would look like. But if you need more information than that, you just have to click the Play Objectives window scroll there. You can see it. I'll click on that. So there's Defend the Colonies. And then let me scroll down here. This is the Defend the Oracle. We can read that. We made no progress to this one, but not all objectives require map information. I want to point that out. Only some of them do. So the ones that require map assistance in some way, those are the ones that you'll find here. The objectives map. Map with objectives, right? The Peloponnesian Alliance. and then guardians not. So out of all that list of objectives, 4 of those objectives need to utilize the map in some way. So the map can be helpful in trying to, complete those objectives. Okay, we'll exit at that, and then here's the balancing scale. It's called the menu for state decisions. State decision. You can choose all to see all of the possible state decisions, or you can select individual categories: economic, military, civil, political, social, emergency. I usually like to keep it on all for the most part, and most of them, if not all of them right now, are grayed out, blocked out, so we don't meet any of the requirements to enact any of these state decisions. And look at the list of them. Pretty cool, huh? Now there's a lot of the nations and factions in the game will have sort of this similar or the same state decision potentials and possibilities, but some factions, nations will have unique ones that are each their own. I'll just read the first one here just for the sake of it. Build escapelon. Independent places of healing where especially armed units can obtain relief of their pain and injuries is always needed. We can entrust our men into the care of trained healers who follow the teachings of the great Asclepios, of God of medicine. Cool. And then if we kind of hover over the balancing system scale, which is currently grayed out, gives us a little more information on conditions. Execute build Asclepion. Condition is not fulfilled. Asclepion can be built when no such building yet exists, the required technology is developed, and sufficient resources are available. Asclepion allows units to temporarily receive medical treatment for improvement. Yeah, pretty cool. Anyways, a bunch of higher general. Build the Great Colossus. Pretty cool. Agog training. This is what the Spartans usually utilized to really bolster up the training of their military, their young men. Elections. You have all sorts of stuff here. Join the Olympics. Pretty cool. With a lot of these, you had to physically go in here to enact them, but sometimes you'll get a pop-up event, especially with the Olympics. That happens every, 4 years or something like that. And it'll give you the choice. A pop-up will occur and literally ask you straight up, do you want to join the Olympics or not? Yeah, so that's state decision window. And you're welcome to access that and look at it any time, because you never know when you'll meet the requisite requirements, which might unlock some of these, right? So it's always worth kind of checking in here and taking a look around. Okay, let's look at the anvil hammer. What to build. So in this panel, you're allowed to build special structures. And these are structures that are not built inside of any of your settlements or towns. These are external structures that you build outside of your settlements and towns. So there's a list here. Now that list will grow depending on what your faction nation learns to build. And that comes through really research and technology. If you ever see any of these grayed out but present, it means you can build them, but you just can't right now because you don't have enough resources. That's all it means. Right now we have enough resources to build all of these, or any one of these anyway. And so it tells you basically what that special structure does, and how long it takes to build them, that structure, and what resources are required. So here, the blacksmith, the blacksmith structure itself gives a defensive bonus of 1. So anybody who is, I think that means defense. Oh, in this game, I should point out that defense and health are the same thing. They're tied into each other. I know a lot of strategy games are different. Like a lot of strategy games will have, your attack, state or status, and then your defensive status. Sometimes you'll even have like an armor status of some sort, and then you'll have your health status. This game is different. This game, the defense, armor, and health is all wrapped up into one. It's all the same thing. And then you have your attack. So they're two different things. And then there's also morale, like, your morale for battle. And yeah, soldiers and soldier units have morale. Special character units like generals, I believe it's just the general for this vanilla game, they have both morale and loyalty. You know, loyalty is an extra thing that you have to kind of be concerned about. Here it says there's a military soldier's helmet, and it says +1. Now that generally means that you can place one unit of military inside of the blacksmith. And the blacksmith has a running bonus of defense. I sometimes like to say health, but for the sake of moving forward this game, I'm always going to call it defense. So your defensive bonus or your defensive status. So the blacksmith can offer one defensive status, and you could place one soldier unit inside of that, you know, for some protection. Now I don't know if my memory serves me right, but when I remember playing the vanilla game, I don't remember actually being able to put any, being allowed to garrison any military units inside of the blacksmith. I don't recollect that at all. You can only just stand on top of it. So I think this was implemented later on in some patch. I think maybe the developers made it so that you can basically tuck soldiers in there for a little bit of protection in the blacksmith facility, which is pretty cool actually. Okay, so blacksmith acts as a resource multiplier for mines in its vicinity. Mines are what you work to gain resources over time, over the course of turns, and if you have a blacksmith nearby a mine, closer the better, between the mine and the city, it'll act as a multiplier and basically boost up the amount of production you can get from that mine. Blacksmiths are very handy. Blacksmith build is in 2 turns, okay, and the resources to build this structure: 10 gold, 10 stone, 6 wood, and 5 population. Yeah, isn't that funny? 5 population will go missing. Not missing, but it's provided as a workforce, so it means to say 5 pops are put into that blacksmith to work it. But you'll lose that from your population pool up here. We'll get to the top screen soon, but right now our population pool is 79.1. Yeah, and as you guys can see, there's more here. We got fort, we got shipyard, we got the slave market, we got the temple, and this list actually develops as technology develops. Yeah, so it's definitely worthy to pop in here sometimes to take a look around, especially if you know that you want to build something specific somewhere. Well, come on in here and see if you have enough resources for it, and click on it and issue it. Clicking on this really is, you just got to click on like an object that you want to build, and then you place it on the map. It's like a placement finder, and you kind of just stick it, plop it down on the map somewhere. And we'll get to that actually pretty soon, I think. I'm just kind of giving you guys a really brief tutorial here before we really dive into the turns of the game. Okay. Now, here we got the open state window. We click on that, and you will see a few familiar icons here. The state decision, right here. We've already went over that. You can click on that, and here we are. Boom. I'll press the back button up here, next to the X button. We got the strategic overview, which we already went through. This is just another kind of shortcut to get there. Click on that. Boom. There we are. Strategic overview. I'll back on out of that. What else do we have here? Yep, the trade overview right here. Click on that. Currently no trades. We'll revisit this again once we get some trades going. Back out of that. Okay, so those were the menus that we found quick shortcuts to on the main map area. Now all the other all the other menu systems of the game, the only way you can access them is through the state window icon up here, which will show your faction icon. Okay, now the state is Athens. Victory conditions. This is the overall victory condition. Victory conditions met 25%. Now over here you'll see players' victory conditions. Click on that. And scroll down. Now these are not the player objectives. These are two different things. Player victory conditions are different from player objectives. The victory conditions are basically what makes the player feel like you are winning or have won the game. Now, with this game, you do not have to dominate the entire world like almost all other strategy games of this kind out there. You don't have to do that. You can if you want to, just for fun. I tend to always do, because I just like to. I like to dominate and take over the entire world. But you certainly don't have to do that. What actually qualifies as a win in this game is meeting any of these victory conditions. The more the better, of course, you know? But, I mean, mostly it's just to, you know, it's just to put out there to your friends to be like, hey, I beat the game and these are the victory conditions that I was able to meet, you know? Or hey, I beat the game and I dominated the entire world, you know, through military force or acquisition, you know, cool. But what I like to say with this game, you know, even if you don't make any player victory conditions and you don't dominate the entire map, the pure fact that if you can just survive and not die or lose your nation, that is a feat of its own, trust me. You're on medium difficulty. If you can simply just survive, like, that would be amazing. Okay, so yeah, here are the player victory conditions. We've got technological dominance. Apparently there's a little bit of a start on that already. We've got victory points conditions, we've got military superiority, we've got country development, and we've got the overall victory. Now, disqualifying overall victory for now. All the other victories are sort of like smaller victories, and yeah, they're all cool. They're all fun to try to move towards, and with these, I find that you will, depending on the nation you play, it is almost impossible, if not possible at all, to achieve all of them, or one of them, or two of them. For instance, I find that in every single playthrough that I do, the Persian Empire under Archimedes, he always gets the military superiority condition like every single time. And that's because they're high tech to start, and they have a lot of military units that progress very quickly in comparison to all their factions in the game. So yeah, also I find that country development they tend to get too quite often. So yeah, I think I wouldn't say it's not impossible, because I believe that when I played Sparta, I got the military superiority condition over the Persian Empire. But it's very close, you know. If anything, maybe Sparta would be the next best to getting that victory condition. But don't feel bad if you don't achieve a victory condition or more during a faction or nation playthrough, because I feel like you're not meant to get them all in the game. It's very, very difficult to get them all, if not even half of them. Sometimes you're lucky just to get one of them, to be honest with you. For instance, on my Macedonian run through, I dominated the entire map of the game, everything, and I was only able to get 3 of the victory conditions, 2 of the minor victory conditions, and then I also got the overall victory condition, and that was it. So yeah, but aim for it, because it's pretty cool. Aim to get those victory conditions anyway. And then we got the overall victory condition down here. Now this is the big bananas. This is the main one you want to get. The real feel-good one. Becoming cultural, technological, and powerful superpower is not enough. The only way to become the ultimate and only leader of the ancient world is by eliminating all enemies and bringing the world under your rule. This one is fun and very challenging. It really is about world domination. If you go for the overall victory, you're in for a long haul game. You could be at 30 hours playing this game to get to that point. I've done it twice. So if you enjoy a long game and you don't mind it, this one is cool. Go for this final objective or victory condition. It is good fun, and it can be challenging almost the entire way too. It doesn't get bored halfway through. Like, there are things that arise when your empire gets bigger and larger and more powerful, other problems start to happen. So it doesn't necessarily get easier. Steamrolling the map doesn't necessarily mean easy in this game. Once you get to that pivotal point where you can feel like you can steamroll. I don't want to spoil things, but more complications can happen. So, but if you want a little bit of a shorter game, go for the victory conditions. Any one of them, go for those. And even if you can get one of them, you could consider yourself a winner, a game winner. And a pop-up menu will actually show up and say, hey, you've won. Would you like to continue? Yes or no? And that's up to you if you want to continue or not, to go for more victory conditions, or to try to go for the world domination, the overall victory condition, or to tuck it away there and say, hey, you know what? I'm satisfied. This is fun. A little bit of a shorter run. And by short run, I still mean at least 10 hours. You feel good. You've got a victory condition. Cool. Okay, we're going to back out of this. And next, we've got the objectives. These are your player objectives. Objectives met 70%, and this is in general on average between all of your player objectives that you qualify for. We'll just briefly go into this. You guys seen this already. It's just another way to get there. Back out of that, we've got our statistics for our nation, our country size right here, and it actually gives you like the kilometer square, by the square kilometer value here. Pretty cool, I like that. The population, we have 79,000 people, or we could say 79 pops. Population units. We've got our power value. We're currently standing at 6.6 thousand points worth of power. And you'll get a bit of an understanding of how that calculates, what those numbers actually mean and apply to as you gain power. Power is based on your land, your economy, how much resources you've got, how many military units you've got around the map, all sorts of things, and you get points for that. Apparently we're quite powerful as Athens right now, quite powerful. The economy, 72k. Okay, that's also done in points. The economy is done in points. It doesn't necessarily mean how... It's a contributing factor of resources that you have, gold, and also trade value, and also the installations, I believe, that you have in place to promote trade value, things like that. So that all accumulates to this point factor here. Then here we've got a stretch of all of the resources that we currently have at our disposal, or I like to say in our stockhouse. We've got 25 gold, we've got 25 coal, we've got 29 stone, we've got 15 copper, we've got 25 food units, we've got 15 wood, we've got 25 academic credits, or scholarly credits, or research points. We've got 45 influential points, or influence points. We've got 14.5 slaves, or slave pops, which equates to about 15,000 slaves. We've got 79 pops of citizens, and we've also have happiness as a percentage, not a point unit, but a percentage. We're 100% happiness, which is great. Now, I think you can go over 100%. Actually, is that right? If I remember, I think you can actually go over 100%. I think you can climb to 200%. I might be wrong about that. In this game, 100 might be the maximum, but happiness is like a resource. It works a bit differently, but it's like a resource. It's the morale of your cities, right? The higher that is, the better. I believe the production value of your cities also increases the happier your citizens are. Okay, and now down below on the map, we're gonna skip down below here. We've got a scalar bar. It says birth rate support. It goes to 100% or 100 points. Right now it's set to 3. You can slide that back and forth, and that basically exponentiates the value of how quickly your citizens will be having babies and giving birth to promote more population for yourself. You can also click on this little flag banner here, this icon. It's actually a picture of a cocooned up baby. It's the birth rate support window. It here you can micromanage each and every settlement that you have. You can actually caption off and like put limits on, you know, the growth, things like that. You can put locks in place, city size limits. So here's birth rate support for Athens. It has a population of 4 right now. 4 units, or approximately 4,000 citizens. We can slide that bar up and down. This is about the halfway mark, 50%. And you can also control the city limit size. So right now it's at 4, and it's set to a max of 15. Actually, you can't get over 15 in this game, but you can reduce that. Like I can put it down to 8, you know, or so. So Athens will not develop over a pop of 8 if I want to do some control, like some city pop control, for whatever reasons. And those reasons can be very good, by the way. You know, if population gets too big in some of your cities, that can be an issue. Whew. It can be an issue. Then you can lock it. You know, you can lock into place. I'm just going to keep everything as de facto right now. That's fine. But later in the game, I could very well come back in here, revisit, and you know, change a few things around, right? Depending. State grants. The state grants is an overall global thing. Oh, accident. How did I do that? Unlocked some of those. Yeah, the state grant is kind of like what you see on the main screen here. The main global slider. This is your main state glider. So state grants right here. You can do it all at once, globally. And you can also do global for city size limits. You can set all of your cities to a max pop cap. And then reset all, of course, which I'll do. Pretty cool, right? Oop. Back in there. Okay, now to get some of these other menu items here. Foreign relations. Got a picture of a handshake. This brings us to the political map. Oh, we have been to the political map. I missed this one. This is our political map. Well, you guys know about the political map. So that just kind of shows at a glance the foreign relations. And you can actually click on the flags to like look a little bit more closely at what kind of intel you have on you know, various nations and factions. Get some information on them, especially their attitude towards you, like what their relations are with you as the as your faction. What trade routes you might have going on with them. What trade treaties you might have with them currently. The army morale that they have against you. Like how the soldiers feel about you. Do they feel intimidated by you, or are they like hi ho against you, right? And that's if they were to go to war with you, or even if they are actually at war with you. It doesn't matter, it'll show up here. That gives you all these diplomatic options here. In wartime options, treaty options, all sorts of stuff here. And we'll get into that in a moment. We'll get into that once we get to that point in the game to start doing our first political treaty making. But yeah, right here we've got the handshake show foreign relations button. It's just a bit of a shortcut. You can go there, and it shows your binded relations to them, locally and specifically. Well, we're looking at the Dardanians right now. And then the trade menu, that brings us into specific trade with them. It brings us right into the trade window where we can issue our trades and, you know, do our wheel and deal and negotiations. It also gives us some information on what kind of trade loss we might endure in trading with these people, what risk of robbery it might entail, and that'll have to do with like land, right? How far away are these people from us to do trade with? What kind of bandits might be there along the way? What kind of hostile territories might our caravans be going through? Things like that. What the robbery rate would be like per trade interval, you know? And trade loss is usually to do with attrition and things like that. So it gives us that kind of information. And there's a little red marking up here too. I believe that kind of gives us an appreciation of where it's like the red belt, I call it. It's where the danger zone is for trading. So it looks like we are not in good relations with one of these factions up here. And for that reason, there might be an embargo, or we're not, you know, a lot of hostility moving through those lands. So getting up towards the Dardanians might be very problematic because we got this blocker nation in the way that probably doesn't like us very much. I'm going to check out our relations with our political relations later on to see what our stance is like with various nations in the world. Okay, so let's back out of that for now. Back out of the political map. We've got government, the government map, or sorry, government menu here. Change government. Okay, this is where we are allowed to designate our government style. Right now we are democracy. It says it right there. Government, currently selected, democracy. Yep, we can go in here and we can change to something else. Now there are requirements to change your government style. So like if we wanted to change it to an aristocracy, in comparison to democracy, it increases happiness and knowledge, but negatively affects gold and citizens. So it gives you a synopsis of how that government style will change things for you. To establish it, it takes 2 turns, so not very long, but it costs 10 gold and 2 population, really civic workers, client workers, to make this so. So you have to have 10 gold as a prerequisite, really. And then it tells you what the changes will be right there. As you can see, I'm highlighting over it. It says the effects and the difference. So effects, an increase of 65% gold production, a 106%, for coal. You can read it right there. And then the difference between what we're currently getting for a democracy versus an aristocracy. So the difference is that, well, actually, we're making more gold per turn as a democracy. So it's saying we're going to take a 53% hit, losing gold, if we were to change into an aristocracy. But we would gain 33% in coal, 11% in stone, 17% in copper. That's pretty cool. But we'd lose 35% in food. We'd lose 25% in wood. Oh, that's not so great. Along with 53% gold? Youch, I don't know about that one. But we gain a substantial amount of research points, 63% increase in academics, wow. A slight loss, almost a nothing loss in influence, 1%, meh, who cares about that? However, we're going to lose a lot of population somehow. And I believe that actually attributes to population growth. Not like we're going to lose our population pool, but that's population growth. So we'll see a reduction of growth per turn by 54%. Ugh, I don't know about that. Also, a turn loss of 21% happiness. So the population doesn't like aristocracy as much as a democracy. And that kind of makes sense, right? The slaves don't care. Slaves are 0%. Not like they have any rights to say anyway, right? They've got city-state. They come with their attributes. You've got despotism. And there are actually more, but you have to research it to get there. There are more selections. We have just an option of 3 for now. Let's exit out of that. Now I should also mention that when you and if you decide to switch your government style over to something else, there can be a tendency for social unrest, because people always need to adjust to a new government regime or type. So it depends on your culture type and the status of your nation. Maybe how large your nation is, how much land it has, what sort of neighbors and other culture groups are next door to you. It depends. The people feel a certain way about what kind of a government style you have. I think maybe depending on what kind of infrastructure that you might have going on in your nation too, might have some influence on how your people will react to what kind of government type you have or want to take on. Basically, if they more or less approve of the new government type, like sort of works with what's currently going on or what is trying to become of your nation, the people will follow in suit better. But if it is sort of in contention against what your nation is trying to do, then they might become upset. City loyalties may drop, happiness might go down. I think happiness might go down, but loyalty goes down in the cities, and at its worst, you could start getting like revolts and things like that. So it's something to watch out for. But it usually doesn't come on strong, if there is some level of unrest. But it's something you might have to remedy and keep an eye on over time to slowly transition your people into the new government style. Also, there's a bit of a window to transition as well. So once you execute that you want to make the decision to change your government type, I think about 10 turns go by. I might be wrong about that. It could be less than that, a little bit less than that, maybe 7. I think it's about 10 turns though, where there's a transition phase, and it basically allows you to get your stuff together really quick if you can. Following up towards that actual change. So it gives you a little bit of buffer time there, just to arrange and sort things out. So, one thing I'll quickly point out too, a mistake that I made, when you change your government type, really look at how it changes the statistics of your resource revenue coming in or losses. Because one time I had changed my government style to something different, and I think it was with the one that has like the 50% degradation of food coming in per turn. And every turn in this game I think resembles a month, if I have that right. Anyway, it actually killed my food supply because I didn't have enough farms built and things like that. So all my people were starving all of a sudden when my new government style came into effect, and it was really bad. In fact, I actually lost that game because I couldn't get I couldn't change the government style back quick enough. That's how fast my whole nation went downhill. Major starvation across all cities. So you got to make sure you have enough resources in your pool and that your infrastructure can sustain the new government type. I should have made sure I had more farms built before I made that switch over, right? So just be careful about that. Okay, so next we're going to go to the research menu, and currently I'm not researching anything, but we're about to change that. So it looks like we already have a couple research items established here as Athens, because Athens is more it qualifies as a more civilized nation back then in ancient times, if not one of the most civilized in this area of the world. So we've got cultivation already researched. Cultivation developed. Fields. Cultivating arable land into fields increases the food production twofold. Field increases food production. Pretty cool. And then we've got sailing for boats. Boat is a naval semi-military transport unit. Enables us to build that. What else do we got? We've got shipbuilding. The shipyard. Shipyard is a specialized facility for building naval units. Okay. We've got forging. The blacksmith. Blacksmith acts as a resource multiplier for mines in its vicinity. Up here we've got marching camp. Forts. Fort increases the defense strengths of units inside. And then there's also stockade. City receives extra defense bonuses. So sometimes when you research an item, there's an overall heading, but sometimes you'll find more than one component in there that you can actually use in the game. So for marching camp, we have 2 sort of sub-researches that are developed for use: the fort and the stockade. Whereas in forging down here, it's just blacksmith. City defense. Patriot. Units get a defense bonus in populated areas, cities and temples. Nice. I'm going to scroll this bar over a little bit to see if we have anything more. Oh my gosh, yes we do. We've got navigation learned. The galley. Galley is a naval transport unit. We've got philosophy. Philosophy school. Philosophy school generates more knowledge and influence points. And we'll get into what knowledge and influence points do more in the game as we progress through. Oh, good grief, there's even more. Elite Corps. The Byram is a semi-strong naval military and transport unit Elite map items, attack strength, health, and action points are increased. Elite skill. We've got Chain of Command. Couplets. Well-trained unit strong when attacking on plains and defending hilltops. Wow, we have quite a bit learned here. We're pretty tech-savvy when it comes to Athens. And that's what we've learned. Now let's scroll back here. As you can see, the ones that are faded out in gray, these are the unknowns. There's a potential tech here. We have no idea what it is because we can't fathom it yet as our culture and our nation. We just don't know what's there. Now that might open up in time depending on things. It might depend on what we researched before it. It can also depend on simply who we bump into, right? Whatever culture groups we might learn from them, cultural influence. If we defeat another nation in war somehow, we might accumulate the knowledge of this. Again, there's like a few different ways of getting that. Here we've got a lock on certain technologies. This means that we do not have the recommendations, the outfit to make this so. What is it asking for here? 50 gold coins. Well, that appears to be why right there. We don't have enough gold to purchase this. We are also just shy of the influence points. We don't quite have enough. Yeah, so that's why this is locked out. Not enough resources. Oh, it just tells you right there when you hover over this second icon here. Looks like a box. Okay, that would be the monarchy government system that one unlocks. We do have one here that we can actually learn. It's opened. The scroll means it's opened. It's riding school. Prodromi cavalry. Well-trained but slower cavalry unit with good performance on flat terrains. Okay, alright. So if I want to start researching this technology, because it is open, it'll take 6 turns to actually research, and it will cost me 2 gold pieces, as well 24, almost 25 points of research points, or academic points, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, pretty cool. And once we learn that, if we follow the tracker line there, that kind of gives you an idea of what other technologies will open up after that. So whatever that little, tracker arrow or line will point to, sometimes you'll get 2 of them, not just one. That's what will open up next, or what you can learn next. So it looks like that one, if we're gonna follow this right, it goes to forging it. It opens up forging next. But we've already learned forging, so isn't that funny? We've learned a technology that supersedes this one. That happens sometimes. Yeah, pretty cool. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and execute that, learn it. So we've made that payment, and then you'll notice in this banner here, where it said research before, it now says riding school. So it kind of lets the player know, that something's being researched. As the turns progress, that red bar will fill up green, and until it maxes out, and then you learn that. Okay, that's it for research. Now, capital. This next menu system, we can't go in it right now because we're locked out of it because we don't have enough gold. It locks us right out, actually, right from here. We're going to get going. Our capital is Athens, and basically, when you get into this panel, we'll go into it later when we do have enough gold. It shows you a map of the known world, and on that map, it'll show you your capital. Now, this allows you to change your capital. You can move your capital to a different city by choice, and there are certain ramifications that come with that. And sometimes they can be good, sometimes they can be bad effects. But if you'd like, at any point, almost any point in the game, you can try to change your capital and move it somewhere else. Also, you can purchase, build, set up what is called national regionals. I think that's what we call it. Or regional capitals is another. I think the game actually calls them regional capitals. Now these are like sub-capitals. You know, your number one main capital, the core of your nation is Athens, or in our case, it's Athens. You only have one, and then you're allowed to have. You can have up to multiple regional capitals, and they almost act as like embassies, sort of like inter-country embassies, or tax collection centers. You know, whatever, just a government sector and office that deals with you know, organization of the people in the nearby cities and settlements. It also helps to curb down the issue of corruption developing in the lands and in the cities and settlements, more particularly. So it's always a good thing to try to spread out regional capitals here if you can, to help maintain order. There are some drawbacks to creating a regional capital, and maybe too many of them. Well, we'll get to that. You know, if we get to that, we'll get to that once it starts occurring. But regional capitals, yeah, it can basically they can sort of, well, they sort of piss people off. So your unrest value might start to increase, and happiness could drop in nearby cities and settlements that are under the influence of the regional capital, because people don't like oversight. They don't like being looked over. They don't like, you know, a tax lord, you know, around delegating and, you know, looking into all their matters. Yes, it helps to reduce corruption, but I should mention that a reduction of corruption gives you more money, gives you more tax, gives you more gold, right? So keeping the corruption level low gives you more money. But at the same time, it can create unrest in the people of the settlements, which is not always great either. So it's up to you if you want to build the regional capitals or not. I tend to always build them myself. I find them always a benefit, so long that I have some military units around, you know, to keep order, just in case, you know, a settlement or two become too unruly and start a riot or something like that. But we will go in there and take a look around later once we do have enough gold to access that menu. Okay, and next we have the resource usage menu over here. Click on that. Okay. This menu is pretty cool. Everything's in grayed out here. That's probably because we haven't really formally started the game yet. And we're not actually using any resources yet. Mostly we haven't actually started the game past the first turn. Once we get past the first turn, this will start lighting up a bit, and from there on in. Wherever you're using resources, like in your factories, you know, blacksmiths, in your cities or towns, all of your cities and towns use resources as a maintenance cost. Some of your units use maintenance cost, in particular gold, to pay them. You'll start seeing, you know, all that information start to highlight here on the map. And you can select each resource and see exactly kind of where it's being used. Oh, we do have some here. It still says 0, but we've got the areas where food is. Nice. It also gives a production value, which is kind of cool. Look at this. So I'm selecting food. It says 0 right now, but the colors in mostly blues, and that designates towards a higher production value. So in these areas, most of these islands, these areas that we own, these lands, our production value in the creation of food is actually doing pretty well. It's certainly over 50% production value. What else do we have here? Wood. So we have some wooded lands, some wooded areas that belong to us, forests and such. And there's a lot of trees to cut down still. So the production value in cutting down wood in these areas is actually very high. No, it looks like everything else here is kind of... Slaves, the production value of slaves, or to intaking slaves. No, it doesn't seem like, it might just not be lighting up right now. This is happiness, where the percentage of happiness is strongest or weakest. So in our mainland of Athens, our mainland there surrounding Athens, everybody's extremely happy, it seems. But then kind of getting more towards the islands, happiness falls a little bit. They still qualify as quite happy, regardless. Yeah, so most of that's grayed out, but a lot of that will start lighting up once we start the game, like I said. Okay, so we'll back out of the resource usage area. I pop in here sometimes, just to see what's going on and get a little bit of an overall update about how my resources are being utilized and, how they're being, what production levels they're at. Okay, then we've got player statistics. Pop into this menu. This menu is for the micromanagers. I wouldn't concern yourself too much if you're a brand new player to this game. You'll already have so much of a learning curve to deal with as it is. But when you start getting better at the game, or more involved in the game, this menu system is great for micromanaging, which basically can really pick up your strategy level. You can really fine-tune certain things in your nation and how you want to organize, deal, and manage things. So this is everything's blank right now because we haven't even gone past turn 1 yet. But we've got the economy graph panel here, which shows stability of the economy per turn that goes by. We've got army power per turn that goes by. We've got number of cities, whether they're coming into creation or dismantling in some way, become lost per turn. We've got number of mines for resources coming and going per turn. Number of battles. Usually I don't spend much time looking at this one, but it's fun sometimes. Number of battles won or lost during wartime and peacetime per turn. Casualties. This one I kind of look at sometimes just to get an overall view of how many population, how many soldiers I'm losing, how many units I'm losing over time. Foreign relations status, aggressive versus peaceful. So this kind of gives you an impression of how you're doing, with the global world affairs. If you find yourself always in aggressive relations with others or more peaceful, it kind of tells you something about yourself as a nation or what track record you're sort of following. You might want to make a change to that. Country size, number of tiles. This isn't necessarily your settlements or cities. This is how much square footage, or in this game as it's called square kilometers, how much land you actually occupy over the turns. Population count. Is it growing? Is it demoting over the turns of the game? Happiness level of the citizens. Happy to unhappy. Cool. Development. Level of advancement. Now, I don't think that applies to research. Maybe it does. Maybe it applies to some degree to research as well. But I think it's overall civilization development. So your infrastructure development, and that might compromise also your comprise of your research level as well. How far along you're coming in research. You can show special events in the graph. You can show extinct events. Also the legend. So you can check these on or off at will. Okay, we'll back on out of this one. And last menu here is the history replay. This one is kind of cool. I typically don't go in here at all until the very, very end of the game. When I basically have won or lost the game, generally only then I will go into the history replay just to see the story. And you can watch it in kind of real time, turn by turn. You can change the adjustment speed. You can toggle a few things on the map to get better views of stuff. But basically, it just kind of shows you a turn-by-turn impression of your entire game and sort of what was happening. And then over here on the right-hand side, it will show you every single event that was happening, following a track record to the detail of what you were doing turn by turn. if you care to ever pause that for a moment and take a quick read of it, for those who really liked the replay value, their historical replay value, I should say. Yeah, so I love going in here actually at the very end of my game. I will watch this entire thing, and usually I will even post it on the Steam community forums for others to see, only if it's a successful game, it is. Okay, we'll back out of that one. And before I leave this overall menu, I'm just going to adjust my birth rate a little bit. I'd like to put it up to 20 points for now, 20% for all of my settlements. And it doesn't show it here, actually, I've noticed. But the higher you put your, the more state grants that you give, the higher you point this point or percentage factor up, generally is the more you're paying into it with resources. And in the vanilla version of this game, it doesn't tell you what that is. It doesn't give you any sort of impression, which is maybe a little bit frustrating for me. But generally, you're putting like wood, stone, I think, some copper into it. I think gold as well, a little bit of gold, not food though. So strangely, birth support does not need, or population growth does not need food when it comes to the grant section, the state granting. Yeah, but anyway, so in the DLC versions that come after the vanilla version, or the main game, the designers decided to put some extra information in here where you can sort of follow how much money is going into what you're granting month by month, or whatever the time scale is. Yeah, so for now, it's just a bit of a guessing game. You just gotta kind of get a bit of an impression, and that's trial and error on how much money you feel you're kind of losing out on per turn, how much is taken away from your treasury. But it's not very much. It's usually very little, depending on how many cities and settlements you have. Of course, the more cities and settlements that you have in numbers, the more grants you will need for each and every one of them, which means that that'll start taxing your resources more. And Athens, as we can see, has a lot of settlements, so I have to be a little bit careful in how far I push this scale up, because I could go bankrupt in various resources pretty quickly. So yeah, that's why for now I'm just going to test the waters out and put it at 20, see how it does. But generally, I like to try to keep the birth rate relatively high if I can, because I always want my cities growing. I like to keep my cities around 4 pops if I can, 4 population, and try to always keep it there as the baseline. But if it's a little under or going a little bit over, it's not the end of the world too. Now certain key cities, I might want smaller pops in them, or much larger pops. It just depends on where that city is situated in a landmass, certain strategic positions, things like that. My capital cities, usually I like to have them well populated. I like to get them up to 5, 6, or 7 plus population if I can. Okay, and we'll get into how population affects things on the world map too. We'll get into that. So I'm going to exit out of this. Okay, and lastly, before we actually kind of start this game here, we're going to look at the very top of the screen. You'll see a line of resources here. Now, we've seen this before in some of the menu systems, but this is at a glance. It just tells you what is currently in your treasury. And as you can see, we've got basically 23 gold in our treasury. We've got 25 gold pieces. We've got 29 stone. But we've got 15 copper, we've got 25 food, we've got 15 wood. We virtually have no academic or research points anymore because we just spent that. We have 45 influence points, we've got almost 15 slaves, so on and so forth. The happiness is right here, 100%. Now if you hover over each and every one of these, if you hover over the picture part, it'll just say what that resource is and the numerical value. Now if you just go slightly below it, actually I'm noticing something here, or not noticing something here. I guess that's not implemented here in the vanilla version, the main game. Yeah, okay, so in the DLC versions, the expanded versions of this game, when you hover slightly lower than the picture, it'll give you a little bit more information about the resource. It'll show you, how much resources are coming in, how much resources are coming out, and where it's kind of coming from. It'll show you a bit more information, which I really like in the DLCs. It'll do that for each and every resource in the game. But yeah, I guess in the vanilla version of the game, the main game, it doesn't show any of that. Okay, that's fine. That's fine, I guess. Alright, so that is that. And now we'll start getting into, basically kind of looking into some of our cities and moving some pieces around the board. Well, I'd like to look into my settlement of Athens, the capital. I'm hovering over the settlement, and here I read it says Athens, the part of the province Attica. The tile that my settlement or city is sitting on is grass, so it's flat land, it's grass. A dirt road is currently built on it, or through it. It is a city foundation. The local happiness of this city is 240%, so well over 100%. Everybody here is extremely, extremely happy to be in a civilized, wonderful, beautiful city that's well established. If things start to go wrong and unrest starts to happen, it'll take quite a while for people to actually get unhappy and start falling underneath 100%. When local happiness starts to depreciate under 100%, that's when there could be some risk of things going on. But as long as you're 100% or over, you have absolutely no risk or no fear of anything whatsoever. So there's a huge 140% buffer here for us in Athens when it comes to local happiness. It's great. Territory production bonus, 21%. So because we own a portion of the territory of Attica so far, we get that territory production bonus. And we get this mechanism put into effect in this game because we had chosen that in the options before we came into this game, if you recall. And yeah, I love that because it gives you a little bit of motivation to try to take over more of Attica because you want that production value to pick up, right? I almost feel like running over here, trespassing into my neighbors to take over their territory. Anyway, tile supplied at 100%. This basically means the health of attrition, so any standing armies that are on this tile, basically right in Athens or on Athens, they're fully nourished, they're fully supplied, you're not going to get any attrition whatsoever. As long as there is 100% is the maximum, you have nothing to worry about. Your men will not be starving, they will not be taking any attritional hits. Once it starts dropping from 100%, you'll start taking attrition, and if it drops a lot, if you have, like, say, 10% only, your units will be taking a tremendous amount of attrition, which is basically unit damage. And unit damage can look like health degradation, or in this case, I will call it defense because it's all in one. Remember, health and defense, it's all in one. So a defensive degradation of health, we can even say. It can also look like a drop of morale, so the morale of your soldiers might start to decay as well when they go through attrition. And morale basically starts to take, it reduces their effectiveness in combat. Okay, what else do we have? It says the town of Athens has a population of 4.7, so a little bit more exact information there. On the main map icon, you see 4, so it always rounds down in this game, but in reality, the actual population of the city is 4.7. Within or on the city are 2 military units, the peltasts and the hoplites, as it states there. And it supplies 2 units. So the town of Athens has a defensive point of 2, which helps to supply 2 units. Okay, that's cool. Hoplites, if I'm saying this name right, Pythodoros' army. Okay, so that's the, we have it, oh, I get it. Okay, we have 2 military units. Is he trying to say there's 2 military units inside? No. Let me see here. I'm trying to Oh, that's a little bit strange to me. That's Pythodorus's army, the hoplites, sitting on the tile city. Now I'm gonna hover over this. Why is it saying Peltis and hoplites in brackets there? I think that must mean that this city allows us to create or recruit Peltis and hoplites. That must mean what it means. I think that's what it means. And then it tells us what units are currently on a tile. So we have a hoplit army on the tile itself. Okay, let's go into the town, and I want to double check that and see. So this little tab, we have like 4 tabs down here, and the second tab is called New Specializations. I'm gonna look at that briefly. These are specializations that we currently cannot build in our city, and you could purchase the specialization so this city can learn how to produce these or recruit these units. We're going to exit out of that, and then I'm going to go in the first tab here called Build. And these are currently the units that we are allowed to recruit and purchase and build. So yeah, that makes sense. The hoplits and the peltis. So at a glance, that's what the city was saying here. When we hover over it, it allows the construction of peltis and hoplits. Okay, pretty cool. Yeah, so going into this city, we've got the build option right there. This is where you basically recruit your units. It tells you the strength factor of the units before you purchase them. So like the hoplites are pretty much, these are basically the best units that Athens has right now. They have an attack strength of 4, a value of 4, defensive and health strength of 4, and a movement, this is the boot, movement ability of 4. And that basically means they can move 4 tiles per turn, all at once. Hoplits, well-trained unit, strong when attacking on plains and defending hilltops. Okay, so you always want to read, what the unit actually does, what their attributes are, because you want to play them in that way. It's the smartest way to play them anyway. You don't have to, but if you're playing hoplits, well, try to keep them on plains, flat plains, or hilltops. That's where they do best in combat. Takes 2 turns to build a hoplit, and they're pretty expensive. 10 gold, 10 population will turn into soldiers, and there's 8 copper. Okay, there we are. What is it? Yeah, this is a power bar. I've actually never really looked at this or recognized that it was there before. A power bar. Oop! I accidentally purchased a hoplit. I didn't mean to do that. I was actually clicking on the power bar itself. I did not actually mean to do that. Darn it! Oh, what can I do? I'm going to go into this different town because I want to bring that back up again. Of course it's different. They offer different units, but I will not click on it this time. I just purchased a very expensive hoplit unit that, well, they're in development now, so. Anyway, this power bar, I feel that kind of gives you a bit of an understanding and gauge of how this unit will attribute towards your overall power display for your nation. Remember how we saw, the power level here in the right here. Power, we got that statistical point count, 7.6 K. Well, if we recruit various units, it'll help amplify that. So if we take Peltis, if we recruit Peltis, that will give us, kind of a half decent amount of power added to our nation. Whereas settlers, these are just, settlers. Well, we can read what settlers are. A settler is a non-military unit that can build cities, roads, and bridges, cultivate agricultural lands, and modify terrain features. They're just people. They're just population that go out there and work, get jobs done, and sometimes they can establish new settlements and cities. But they don't really contribute much at all to the power base because they're not military units. They don't have any strength factors to them. They certainly can't attack anybody. They have a little bit of defensive health though, 1, and well, their movement's 4. And then there's the Nomad. The Nomad gives about 40% power increase because they're a sort of a semi-military, and they're almost like a settler, but they're semi-military at the same time. The Nomad is a semi-military unit with limited strength that can build cities. So they can't do a lot of the work that a settler can, but they can establish cities, whereas all other military units cannot establish cities. At least to the best of my knowledge, anyway. Okay. Anyway, so, well, we purchased a second hoplet here, and I'm back in Athens. When we look at sort of the little mini display screen here, Athens, its hoplets are inside specializations. It gives you a quick synopsis on what kind of specializations this city can make here at a glance as well. Tooltip. Now this little helmet over here, that tells us who is currently garrisoned inside of the settlement. Now this does not mean on the settlement. So there are a military unit can sit on top of a city tile or inside of the city tile. Inside of the city. 2 very different things. One that is inside of a city or settlement, inside of a tile, these are garrisoned units, whereas if a unit is on top, they're not garrisoned. You gotta, picture it as if they're standing outside of the city, on guard or something. They're not inside. So any helmets that you see inside of this panel mean that it's a garrisoned unit. So we have one unit of hoplites that is garrisoned, and I think this is the one that we're currently trying to build. So, they're being trained, recruited currently. These little hammers over here, they show 2 little hammers. This kind of gives you an impression of how many turns something is going to be built, whether it be a building structure or a unit being recruited. So in 2 turns, this unit of hoplet will become fully active duty. But right now, they're technically garrisoned. Also, a military unit that is currently being trained and recruited but is not yet active, they are still garrisoned, and they have some functionality, only in a defensive way. So say a enemy came and started slogging away at your city, and you have a unit in training there, you'll get a little bit of defensive advantage with that. The enemy kind of has to cut through that unit that is currently being trained. It's just that unit being trained is not going to offer the greatest defense, not like they would if they were fully active and trained. So I thought I'd mention that. Okay, and oh, that's pretty cool. So I'm hovering over this little. It's really hard to kind of get there with the tooltip popping up every second, but it says 4.1. I don't know if you guys can kind of see that there. 20% birth rate support, 15 city size limit. That's cool. So you can select, or you can kind of hover over each city just to get a quick view of what the birth rate is and what the size limit is for that city. Now down below there, you'll see a lot of tooltips in the way here, but you'll see sort of a broken heart, and it says 2 beside it. That is the city's current health or defense. So the higher that number is, basically the better chance it has in defending against enemies and attacks. Now a 2 is actually pretty decent. A 2 is actually pretty good for defense, because normally it's 1, or I think even less than that. It can be like a 0.5, a 0.25 even. So yeah, that number I think will depreciate once your city starts taking damage from attack. The more damage it takes, you'll start seeing that number, reduce. And basically, once it gets to 0, it means your city's done for. It's going to be either completely destroyed or taken over by the enemy. You see some icons here at the side in sort of black and gray, black and white. And usually there's a little arrow here that you can actually scroll up and down if you have a lot of these going on, but right now we actually only have 3. This kind of gives you a glance at what infrastructures are currently in the city, what has already been built. We've got a civil service center that is currently in Athens. We've got a city walls encompassing Athens. We also have a trading center inside of Athens. You can also go straight into Athens to take a look at, not that one, sorry. You can go straight into Athens to take a look at what infrastructures are there. But you can only do that if you are not currently already building something or recruiting a unit, which I find a little bit annoying because, I would like to see into my city a little bit better, even if I am currently building something else. Now, I believe that was changed up and remedied in future DLC. You can actually, build or recruit things and then still be able to kind of go in and take a look around. But for the main game, that's not a part of things right now. But it's okay. It's not the end of the world. It's not really a big deal because we can see what we have here at least. So it's okay. Now, if you click on the actual picture of this city or settlement, you'll get a little bit more information about that settlement. And you get these icons here again, just as we see down below. It just shows you at a glance, what infrastructures are currently here. Here it says Athens will finish building of Aeschylus' army in 2 turns. That's our new Hoplite army. So it tells us what we are currently building and working on. Right there, we hover over that. Athens 4.1. I don't know what the 4.1 means because, that should be population, but there's a little bit of a discrepancy here because in one other area we saw the population is 4.7, right? Here says 4.1. That's odd to me. Let's double check that. I'm gonna hover over the city again. Oops, try to get a tooltip going. Oh, my eyes are bad on me. My eyes are bad. And you know why? Because I took off my glasses again for a moment. It's actually 4.1. My apologies, guys. It never said 4.7. So it rounds down. It rounds, I guess it would round up or down, depending. So here on our main map display it says 4. So it's rounding down here, but technically we have 4.1 population. Okay. Anyway, back into this. We're going to click into that. Those are population. City. Builder of multiple types. Pretty cool. It gives us the overall, the current defense of the city. 2. Current health is 2. And then here, current number of defenses. Okay. Current number of defenses. Yeah. Okay, that kind of attributes to the health of the settlement in some ways. So this is the health of the settlement depending on its development and its size, things like that, and its population. But then you have a bit of a defense buff multiplier depending on how many defensive structures you have attached to that settlement. So here we have 1 defensive point, and that comes from the city walls. Because we built city walls around Athens, we get this bonus of 1. So how that works basically, from my understanding, is that say an enemy comes along, like a peltist, an enemy peltist, and they have an attack strength of 2, and they attack your city with an attack strength of 2, normally, if there was no defense here at all, Athens would be gone, would be taken over, destroyed, because they only have a current health of 2. So a attack of 2 versus a current health of 2, boom, done. Now, since Athens has a 1 defense here, that basically makes a buffer against one of those attacks. It knocks one of those attack points out. So the peltist will attack, but then the city walls absorb 1 point of that attack, which means that the peltist will actually only do 1 point of damage to the overall city health. If that makes sense? Yes, it makes sense. Okay. And there are ways to get this even higher in the game. You can get, the defensive points, to upwards to 2, maybe 3. I think even this can be lower than 1. So the city walls, I think you might have 0.25 or 0.50 if I remember. It can actually be lower because city walls is actually a pretty good defensive option. You can get lesser defenses, like it's just called defense. It's kind of just digging out. Okay, here we've got current number of units inside. I think that also attributes to defense. So how many units are garrisoned inside? We have 1 unit garrisoned inside right now, the one currently being trained. And, well, say that enemy Peltas comes along and they have an attack strength of 2. When they attack, one of their attack points will be absorbed by the city walls, the defensive structure point, and I believe another point will be absorbed because of the garrison unit. So therefore, the city won't actually take any damage at all. Now, that doesn't mean that the defensive structures or the garrisoned unit side won't take damage. They certainly will. They will take a little bit of damage each. So if that Peltas with attack 2 keeps relentlessly attacking the settlement turn after turn and doesn't decay itself or die itself or become so weak it needs to run away, if it can keep up the attack, or say it gets some support units coming in and they help with the attack, they will slowly chip away and erode the defensive point structure, which is essentially the city walls, destroying the city walls, or destroying the garrison unit inside. And once that happens, or even if they can destroy one of these, either the garrison unit or the defensive structure, then they will start hitting in the core, which is the actual health of the settlement itself. Now, I will tell you this, that this is maybe a little bit confusing to explain, but there's a bit of a damage share between the defenses and the garrison units inside. I don't know what that is, to be honest, but I feel like it's a 50-50 thing. So for every 1 attack point that gets thrown at both the defensive points and a garrisoned unit inside, I believe the damage is shared 50-50. Okay. Now here we've got a general morale of the city. If the city happens to have a higher general morale, you'll see like a yellow bar fill this up. Then that helps to, well, it's a multiplier against damage, I think. Do I have that right? I think it might be a multiplier against damage taken to the settlement. Yes, I think that's it. If it's a red bar starting to show up, not yellow, but a red bar, red is bad. Red means it's actually morale in the negatives, and the settlement will take more damage than usual. It's a damage dealing multiplier, which will have more of an effect on your defensive systems and also your health, your overall health system. And there's loyalty of the city. Loyalty has nothing. Loyalty has nothing to do with combat, defense, or anything like that. Loyalty is more about loyalty to your nation or to another nation. These are both grayed out right now because we haven't started our first turn, but they will become with color once we get past our first turn. I think the higher the yellow bar is for loyalty, then your settlement is very loyal. And if it starts turning red, I think it's red, it's a negative loyalty, or it might just be a reduction of the yellow bar. Not as much yellow filling up. I have to double check it and look at it again. I sort of forget this area. I think that's how it goes. Right here it says current loyalty is 100 out of 100, but there's no color here yet, which is odd to me, and that's because I think we just need to process our turn first. Okay, here we've got some information about our city of Athens. We've got 17 citizens currently in Athens. That's the population value per person. It's the capital of Athens, it tells us that. It's located in the province territory of Attica. The territory production bonus is as follows. And this city can currently supply up to 3 units. So 3 units on top of it, or inside of it, fully supplied. If you have more than that on this tile or in the tile, they might start taking attrition. Because there's only so much food that this food and service that the city can offer units. Now 3 is actually pretty good, pretty high. I can support 3 units. Over here we have no further details. I don't know what's supposed to be there. I can't really remember what's supposed to be there. I think it's any extra buffs or handicaps and things like that might show up here. The production, what the city is producing as far as production is concerned. Maybe if there's any nearby mines that the people are working, things like that. Now, it might just be saying no production here because we haven't gotten past turn 1, but once we get past that, this will light up and it'll show us more values here. Also, what the city is consuming. So every city consumes, it needs maintenance, consumes things. Normally, it consumes wood and stone, things like that, to keep the city, in proper maintenance and repair. But for some reason, the capital city, it seems to only need citizens. It consumes 8.75 citizens per turn. Holy schmoly. I wonder why that is. At first I thought those would be slaves, but no. Now I wonder if that's a thing for the main game, the vanilla version game. Maybe cities only consume population and that's it. But I know that the DLCs that follow, things were changed around. All I know is that in those games, there's more to it. There's no consumption of population at all. It's actually a consumption of resources. Yeah, once again, stone, copper, and wood. Okay, and here, I almost let this slip by, we got the experience bar. Current battle experience is 0 out of 100. So this is kind of cool. Your city and the people who are inside of it become more combat ready, more experienced, the more they defend their city and town. So every attack that happens to your city and you succeed, this bar will slowly grow over time. Once it gets to 100, it's 100% experience. Now the experience bar is a multiplier it's a multiplier towards defense. So it actually helps your defense, the higher this value will be. Yeah, pretty cool. I like that feature in the game. Because it makes sense, right? Okay, we'll get out of that one. And what else can we look here? Oh yeah, this icon here, you just kind of hover over it, the helmet, switch to next unit, or you can use the space bar. It just kind of snaps you to the next unit that needs attention, that is ready for a move or an action point. Or you can snap to the next idle city instead. You can also press circle plus spacebar to get there as a shortcut. And we have a little icon over here. It looks like a statue silhouette. Alert units on standby. Okay, if we need to do that. Pretty cool. I never use that though. Yeah, that's our flag of Athens. I just want to click on that to see if it does anything. That's pretty cool. Actually, it's a little shortcut, brings us back to the main menu over here. The state window menu. You can do it up here, or you can click on it different down there. That's just the first time I've ever clicked on this flag here. That's pretty cool. Okay, and this button here, whenever you do any of these, whenever you actually make an executed action on any of these tabs, generally, well, at least in the vanilla game, it locks it all out, and then all you can do is kind of just process through. So this is the skip unit button. And when you press that, it just basically tells the program, the AI, to say, okay, we're done here. There's nothing much more we can do with this town of Athens. Excuse me, guys. Or say like a unit, and it moves you on to the next one. So that's what we'll do. We'll click on the skip unit. Okay, and that's that. We don't have to worry about it. We don't have to go back to it anymore. It's done for this turn anyway. And then it kind of moves us on. It just moves us on to the next settlement. Or it might be the next military unit, depending on things, depending on what you're in. If you're currently working in towns, then it'll try to always skip you to the next town, the next town, the next town. But if you click on a unit instead, like say our hoplite here in Athens, and then I press the next turn button, it'll actually skip me to the next unit on the map. Now here, you can skip a unit or skip a settlement detail if you'd like, without doing any actions at all yet. You know, even though actions are executable and available, you don't necessarily have to do it. You can just skip it for now. because maybe you don't want to take an action with a unit or a settlement at all. Okay, so with this hoplite, what can I do with him? Let's see, we can move the unit. Okay. We can load the unit, and by that it means load him into the tile. And you can only load a unit into a tile as long as there's something to actually load into. So in this case, well, we have a city. So we can load our unit into the city, therefore he becomes a garrisoned unit. And he's a fully active garrison unit, by the way, not one being built up into recruit. What else can we do? We can sell the unit for money. You can sell a unit wherever you'd like on the map. You'll still get the same amount of money. We can sell this unit for 7 gold. We get 7 population, and we get 5 copper. Now, I believe, you take I think it's a 33% hit. I'm trying to do the math here in my head. It feels like, you sell units at a 33% discount from its purchasing value. So yeah, because when we purchased a hoplite, it cost us 10 gold, and I think it was 10 civilized or civilian population, and I think it was like 7 copper or something like that. So we're taking a bit of a loss. We're only getting we're getting 66.6% of our resources back by selling the unit, but we're taking a 33.33333 loss on it. Okay, what else do we have? We can also destroy the unit, which is different from selling it. When you destroy a unit, you can still get some resources back, but it's less than half. It looks to me like it's more like 40%. Now, I always sell units. Like, I pretty much almost never destroy a unit. Yeah, I wonder. I think, destroying a unit is quicker, that's why. If you destroy a unit, it's completely eradicated in 1 turn. Whereas when you sell a unit, it's usually double that, so you've got to wait 2 turns for it. And while you're waiting to sell the unit, you still have to pay maintenance on that unit, because it's still hired, which is generally gold. Sometimes it can be a bit of copper too for weapons. If you don't want to do that, like say you're actually going bankrupt and you're losing money, and you can't even afford a military unit or more another turn, you just can't do it. Well, you might want to rush it. Instead of selling it, just destroy it instead. Now, also, when I told you guys that you can sell a unit anywhere on the map, I'm pretty sure you can do that anywhere on the map, but I might be a little bit incorrect about that. It might be you could only sell a unit if he's within your own territory, or maybe allied territory. But if the unit is in foreign territory or enemy territory, you have absolutely no jurisdiction over, that might not be possible. So the only option might be to destroy a unit. We'll have to double check that out as we go. Next here we've got destroy road 1 turn. So if there happens to be a road on the tile that your unit is standing on, you can actually rip up that road. And that's work, so it costs money. That says -1 gold piece, so you have to pay 1 gold piece to the unit who's going to do the work to rip up that road and effectively destroy it. Roads basically help units travel a little quicker in the game. It helps to monopolize a bit better on your speed, your movement speed. Also, and probably maybe a little bit more importantly, road quality, the road itself. A dirt road, or especially a stone paved road, which is an upgrade to the road, can help with trade, and also production between production centers in your cities. So say like, you have a mine some tiles away and a city nearby. If you have no roads attached between the city and the mine, production value will be low. If you have a dirt road connecting them, especially if it's within 3 tiles from each other, the city and the mine, production value will certainly pick up. And if you make it a stone road, well, it'll pick up even more. So yeah, destroying roads, you probably don't want to ever do that in your own territory, unless you just don't like the way you laid out your road work, then go ahead and rip it up. But generally, I usually rip up roads in enemy territory. Yeah, and you can only rip up roads if you are actually in an enemy territory. You can't just go and, trespass into anybody's territory. If you're a neutral stance with them and start ripping up the roads. You can't do that. You have to declare war first before you can start ripping up their infrastructure. But yeah, I find myself doing that sometimes in enemy territory. I will start ripping up their roads just to, make their economy a little bit worse, or to help prevent their movement speeds. Sometimes you can actually even burn and destroy bridges too that cross small streams and things like that. So there's some strategy behind destroying roads and bridges even. Okay, and then we got the skip unit button here, of course, and then we also have the sleep tab. Sleep is like the skip unit tab, but it basically puts that unit into skip mode for the next several turns. And if I remember right, I think it's like 3 turns. It might be 4 turns, but you don't have to deal with it anymore. The AI will just automatically skip it. The program will skip it. So if you know that you just don't want to touch that unit for a little while, you can just do sleep mode. I tend to use this button a lot actually with certain units. These 2 buttons here are faded out. These 2 tabs. This is the build town tab. It's faded out because this unit type cannot build towns. Only settlers can do that, and nomads. And then we have the fortify tab. All the units in the game can fortify, I believe. Let me just double think that. All units in the game can fortify, even the settler, but I believe the nomad unit cannot. And I don't quite know why that is. I think it's because the nomad is meant to be a forage unit, to forage and be out in the wilderness. They're like your scout, your hunter. I think that's why. So they're not really the type to fortify up in a defensive situation. I think they are the only unit that cannot use the fortify mechanism. But every other unit in the game can. I think even wagons can fortify. Wagons are supply units, and they can, they're mostly responsible for helping to quickly transport a unit or 2 from one location to the next at almost double speed across the map. So yeah, and the reason why this one's blanked out for the hoplite who can otherwise fortify is because you're not allowed to. Oh, wait a second. You are allowed to fortify on city tiles actually, because it's seen as you're making a fort outside of the city wall itself, settlement itself. I wonder why I can't do that. Well, tell me, insufficient action points. Okay, that's why. My action points are 2. So you'll see underneath the pictorial picture here of the army member, it says attack strength 4. It says overall health and defense 4. And it also says 2 under what looks like a lightning bolt. This is your action points. Every unit has a maximum amount of action points, and action points are spent based on how the character moves, or how much the character moves between tiles. Also, how many attacks it takes, like to defend, or the attacking it does towards another entity. Action points will reduce due to that. Sometimes it can go to 0 and even into the negatives. You'll know why that happens once you see it happen for yourself. You'll know exactly why that happens, why it goes in the negatives. But for the quick example, it's when your unit has maxed out its moves, say for the turn, but then the turn processes, and then you have enemies that come and they start to attack you. It takes action points to endure attacks, so they're actually putting you into even more of a deficit of action points by simply attacking you, so that when the next turn arrives, you are in a deficit of turns, or you don't get as many action points because you're actually still recovering from, a minus reduction of action points, which is crappy. But it's realistic. Okay. Now, see what we've got here. So we've dealt with Athens, and then it had moved us on to the next settlement, Marathon. And we'll take a look at what's going on in this one. It allows for the creation of peltasts, and nomads, and settlers. Okay. I don't think I really want to create any more, because I already purchased a very expensive hoplite unit in Athens. Now I'm down to 13 gold pieces. But let's see what kind of infrastructure it has. It has no infrastructure right now, no buildings. So we'll go into the build tab. Actually, we have some new tabs here that are opened up in cities. Take a look at them. The build tab, go into that. Build tab, improvement tab, same thing. Scroll down the list there. We can make a trading center, we can build a defense. This is not a wall, it's just like basic defenses. You know, the small additions to a settlement to help out with defense. Can be like something as easy as like, you know, little shield walls, or ditches, or, you know, spiked, what do you call those? Like spiked garrison, things like that. We've got they build a civil service. The city is protected from revolts and uprisings. This improvement usually has a positive impact on general morale in the city. Okay, we can create a stockade, which is like Athens' city wall, but not as strong. Stockade, city receives extra defense bonus. This improvement usually has a positive impact on general morale as well, as an additional bonus. Pretty cool. We have the Thrift City, reduction of maintenance turn costs for the cities. Reduction of maintenance turn costs for the city. Okay, but this is the thing. It seems like the maintenance cost is population, which is actually kind of confusing. See, we go into Athens, and it's the consumption. This is where you find the maintenance cost. It's population, which is odd. Let's look at Marathon. Click into that. It says no consumption. Weird. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna take another look at both of these cities just for comparison when we actually flip the turn. I want to see what it says. Because like in the DLC, it actually shows materials there, not population. This one says no consumption just because we haven't processed the turn yet. Okay. So yeah. What can we do here? What do I want to do with that? I think. Build. I'll stay away from Thrift City now just because I want to see what it is that, you know, what maintenance is costing me for the cities. I will probably go with trading. The city makes more money than it consumes by increasing the production. Yeah, see, there is something about that. There's something funny going on because turn one, and I don't know what Athens is doing, but yeah, maintenance. It's for sure like stone and copper, some wood or something like that, some resources. It might actually also be gold too, to keep a city maintained. And this helps to reduce that as well. That could be it, or just amplifies how much taxes you get from a city. Just gives you some more gold for parent trading. But we'll do that. We'll select that one. We'll purchase that, get it building in Marathon. And you'll see a little build hammer or axe there. That means something is currently being built. Also, when we click on Marathon, we see the work hammers. This it tells us basically how many turns it'll take to build what's currently being built in there. 1, 2, 3, 4 hammers, and then you can also see down below here in the picture it says the number 4 turns left. Okay. Let's look at what else do we have here. Oh, we've got a shipyard. Let's click on the shipyard. The shipyard can produce Byram naval boats. We can sell the entire shipyard if we want to, get some money from that. It'll take 2 turns. I don't want to do that. We can destroy it. I don't want to do that. We cannot build boats right now because we don't have enough gold, so it's locked out. Can't build new boats for now. New specializations. You can click on the shipyard and look at other specializations that you could get going if you want to. I don't want to do this yet right now. It's very expensive. When you build a specialization, It's important to know that you're not actually building a ship, you're just building the schematics for it so that you can start building this particular unit type in the future. Pretty expensive though, right? Like, look at those figures. But boats are pretty cool, and boats are expensive to build in general. So I guess it makes sense. We do have a current boat right here. What do we got? It's called Guinness's Fleet. And what kind of boat is this? It's a Byram. Okay, it's a Byram boat. It has an attack strength of 3, health and defense of 3, 8 action points. Pretty cool. What's this here? Current number of attacks. It's allowed to attack once per turn or per unit. Current number of defenses. Okay. Oh, it has some extra defense. Oh, so yeah. I guess that's how it's done. I kind of see that now. That's how it sort of comes together in some way. It's hidden from the main sort of picture menu here down below. And when you look at it at a glance on the screen, the unit itself, but when you actually go into the menu, it kind of breaks down the defense and the health a little bit better. So here, this is like the actual health, like hit points, and then this is the defense multiplier, and it's currently 1 point. And they kind of work in tandem. Okay, I get that. Current number of units inside the boat, because boats can hold units and carry them around like army units. Pretty much all the boats can only hold 1 unit each, but I believe the galley can hold at least 2 units. The boat has 600 soldiers in it. Wow. Okay. Occupying. Well, what it's currently doing is occupying a certain tile, sitting on it, and the tile has a name. Tile supplied at 100% supplies 3 units. Okay. The tile that we're currently on supplies 3 units, I think. Or if you have the boat on a tile, it supplies whatever units are. I don't know what that means. It was recruited close to Athens. Oh, cool. It gives you the history, like where a unit comes from. That's kind of cool. It's kind of cool anyway. And whenever you're like working with any unit in the game or city settlement, like an object, the game wants to kind of stick you to it. This can be annoying for players when they're new to the game, because you feel like you're always being stuck and bogged down. But there's an easy way out of that, just so you guys know. All you have to do is just click out of it. It's your left mouse button. Just click anywhere else but the unit on the screen, and you can easily click out of it, and that gives you free range to do whatever you want again. Click on other objects in the game if you want to. What's this building here on the map next to Athens? Hovering over it, it says it's on a hill. Got a dirt road underneath it. Local happiness is 200. It's a temple. Okay, and the temple has a defensive point of 1. Let's click that temple and look into it. Okay, let's click on the picture to get some even greater detail for information about the temple. Oh, it's got its own health. It's got a defensive factor. Okay. It's got a population working it inside. It's located in Attica. Terrain defense bonus is plus 60%. So because it's on a hill, this gives a multiplier to the defense bonus. Pretty nice. I think it does consume a little bit of something for resources, but we don't know that now because we haven't processed the turn. Will it tell us what the temple does at a glance here? No, it won't. But we can just go into the build structure area to get that information. Now, the buildings that you can build inside of cities are different than the types of infrastructure buildings you build outside of cities. Remember, I said that earlier. Buildings that you can build inside of cities, you always have to go into the city itself, into the correct improvement tab to go into that to build it. Now, if you want to build anything outside of cities on the map, you have to go up here to the open build facility icon, the hammer up here, clicking on that. And that's where we will find the temple, because it's an external build. Temple. accelerates population growth in cities that are within 3 tile range from it. So it's a population booster, turn by turn. I don't know what the multiplier is on that actually, I have no idea, but it is somewhat noticeable. You will notice it. It's small. It's not like it won't grow your population incredibly, but it certainly does help, and you will notice the appreciation of it, and it affects all cities around it within 3 tiles. So Athens will be affected with this temple being here. 1, 2, 3. Athens will also be affected by it, and I think also Marathon. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, Marathon as well. So yeah, all 3 of these cities, are influenced by the temple, which is pretty good. Now, if you click on that, sometimes with these external builds, you can improve them. You can upgrade them in some ways. So you get the little hammer here. Now I can right-click on the actual picture on the map of the temple itself to go right into the build queue or the build menu. I can also just go down here to the improve unit. Once you have the temple selected, I can just click on that as well, which I'll do. And yeah, it does have one possible improvement that I can think about adding to it, but it's going to cost me. It's going to cost me 3 gold and 1 stone. It's defense. Add a little extra defense to my temple. Map item receives a defensive bonus. Yeah, pretty cool. I won't do that right now, because in this game, you've got to be very careful and frugal in how you use your resources. Very frugal. It's not a game where you can just go spend willy-nilly. Not at all. Not in most cases. Because if you make 1 or 2 or 3 wrong decisions, that can lead you into a spiral down of poop, and you don't want that. Be very strategic and careful about what you're doing every single turn, what you're building, what you're deciding to build, how important is it, the priority of things, what you're willing to risk and invest. Just be careful. So in this game, while I play, you'll see me debating this quite a bit. How I spend my resources and on what, and for what reasons. What's this next item here? We got 2 more items on the map, objects. The mines. It's an iron mine, as you can see from the tooltip there. It's on grassland. It's giving some local happiness to that tile of 180%. Territory production is 21%, and that applies to this mine, because we got that bonus here. So you click into the mine. It actually has a health factor of 1. You click right into it to get more information. Population 200 workers are inside, located in Attica. Okay. It has a territory production. Okay, there we go. It's got no defensive bonuses or anything based on the geographical land that it's sitting on. It has a defensive bonus of 1, which is kind of cool there. Okay, that's our mine. And we have a road connected to it. So see how Athens, which is the closest town to the mine. Now, this is something we have to remember. The closest city or settlement to a mine will be the settlement that works the mine. So we always have to remember that. Over here, Athens and Marathon, they are furthest away from the mine, so they will not be working the mine at all. Athens will. Because the closer you are to a mine, the city that's closest to the mine will have the best production value, no matter what. So that's why. Especially if a city is within 3 tile spaces of a mine, that you'll get the best production value. If it's further away, you still do get a production, but it starts to decay the further and further away you get from that mine. That's the closest settlement that is trying to work it. Now, and once again, roads are a multiplier. It helps to boost production. I don't know what that multiplier is, but it's marginally noticeable. And in this game, anything marginable helps. You want it. You want any little tiny tidbit of anything, a benefit you can get in this game, because it helps. Because this game, usually feels like a game of attrition on its own. Sometimes it's really hard just to get anything in resource in this game because your costs based on your incomes and revenues are very tight sometimes. In some cases, you're going into deficit with certain resources that you need them, and you have to get the resources that you have a little bit more of an abundance of to trade with other nations just so you can get what you need. The game can be very tight sometimes, depending on what's going on, what you're doing. And you will notice this in our game that we're playing, how that turns out. Sometimes you can really start monopolizing too on resources. It really just depends on what's going on in your game and how lucky you are sometimes. So we do have a road attached and a very close settlement, so cool. The iron mine is being worked by Athens. We also have another mine here. This is the coal mine. And the coal mine, its closest settlement is Athens. So Athens will be working this mine. And there's no road attached to it. The roads actually just kind of bypass it. So it will not get the multiplier benefit of a road. We can build one at some point if we'd like to, and then it'll get the multiplier. Now over here we have a gold mine. Now the gold mine, that's pretty cool. We've got a gold mine here. And it's actually the same distance between Athens and Marathon. Now when this happens, from my understanding, one or the other settlement will gain dominance over it and take it over. I'm going to try to figure out how to know that, which one takes dominance. It'll tell me there. If I go into the cities, will it tell me? It might tell me in the production area, but I have to process my turn to see that. So I think when I look into one of these towns, Marathon or Athens, in the production area, it'll tell me what is being produced. If one of them turns up gold there, I'll know that's the city that's currently working the mine over the other. Now, being how they're both equal distance, if I were to build a road between one and the next, that would probably become the preferred production, because the game always wants to take the preferred production value route. They both don't have roads right now, but if I were to build one, like say Marathon was the dominant city working the mine, if I chose to create a road between Athens and the mine instead, then Athens would become the dominant all of a sudden on the next turn. Okay, well there's a stone mine up here, but that doesn't belong to us. That belongs to a different nation. Oh well. We've also got, let's take a look at our terrain here. We've got grasslands, the plains, and grasslands, the green is good for agriculture and farms, so it's good to be recognizant of that. You may want to keep them rather untouched, those lands, so you can build farms on them. Maybe you don't want to build too much on it, put too many structures on top. Then we've got the arid lands here. Plains, grass. Yes, it says grass. I think there's a difference between the colors, though. Let's see. Grass, plains. Okay. Okay, I see. So the green is called plains. This is your most fertile land. This is the best land to grow farms on. You can also grow farms on grass. It looks a little more arid to me, but you can put farms on there too. But you won't get as much food value back is all. Now, to be honest, the grass lands are the standard, I believe, and the plain lands are like the abundance. It looks like almost arid-like, but it's not. I think the actual arid lands are right here. They're more orange-looking. The scrub, yeah. This is scrubland. Scrubland you cannot build farms on. It's dry. It's no good. You can build things on it, sure, but you can't have farms on there. And then we've got this one over here. Woodlands. It has some sparse trees in there, and woodlands, I think you typically find them on plain grounds only, if I have that right. Almost. I'm looking around. Maybe no, they can grow on grass. So forests can be on top of grass, plain, or hill or mountain tops. Actually, forests can grow on, well, just about anything, I suppose. And forests are in the way. If you want to get to the land type underneath it, the soil underneath it, you got to clear away the forest. You got to chop it all down. You got to clear the woodlands. Once you clear it, then you can utilize, the soil of the land. So if you want that plain land, the luscious of lands, or if you want the grasslands, clear the forest, then you can plop down a farm. Now, there's some advantages to keeping the woodlands, not clearing it. If you clear it, you chop down the wood, and you actually get some wood stockpiled in your resource reserves, which is great. You can cut it down. Your settlers do that. That's this guy right here, by the way. I'm highlighting him right now. That's a settler. Your working unit. But keeping forests are good. Also, you might want to consider keeping a forest. For instance, Athens here. It has a forest adjacent to it. It's on a hilltop or a mountaintop. Is that a hilltop or a mountaintop? Let's see here. It's a hilltop. Now, settlements, the people inside the settlement, they're not settlers. They're invisible to you. But the population, there's 4 pops here, they will start to reach out and work the tiles around the cities. So if we click on Athens, see this sort of like white highlighter here? You sort of see this? It's 9 tiles. These are the tiles that are allowed to be worked by the population within the town automatically every turn. Oceanic tiles can't. Oh, I guess they can be worked. Yeah, let's look at that. Some oceanic tiles, if they're close to the coast, can be worked. So here I'm hovering over this one here, this water tile. It says sea. It actually yields some food. It yields 0.99 points of food. Pretty cool. So they will take that back to the town. Also, this one yields 99 food. This one over here, same thing, 99 food, 0.99. Over here, oh, even the tile that has a mine on it yields 2 food, which actually surprises me because it looks like, is that on air? Oh, it's not on scrubland, it's actually on grassland. Yeah, pretty cool. Let's click on that again. It's on grassland, that's why. This tile, oh, let's look at this little island over here. Oh, so here's an example. There's a forest on this little island over here. And it's also grassland underneath it. So the people are actually working and producing 0.62 food from this. As well, they're chopping down a little bit of wood. They're not clear cutting the forest or anything like that, which ultimately destroys the entire forest forever in this game. They're just, they're taking a little bit, but then they give it time for the trees to grow back, so it's always self-sustaining. Pretty cool, right? They're getting a little bit of wood every turn, 0.68 wood per turn from that. And also there's a territory production bonus at 25%. Now, normally it's actually, from what we see, it's 21%, but sometimes you'll see tiles that get a little bit more or a little bit less. It can vary slightly depending on kind of where that tile is and how close it is to the town that's being worked, or how many people are in the town working it. Let's look at this one over here. Grass, yep, taking a little bit of food. We got the one at the forest on the hill. It's yielding 0.37 wood per turn. Let's look at the tile that the temple is on. I guess it's a little bit of trees on the tile where the temple is on, so they're taking in 0.37 wood from that. Pretty cool. So yeah, there's basically the example of city coverage for the workforce. And yeah, it reminds me of Civilization game. Remember, if those who have played Civilization, it's kind of like the same thing. So having forests within range of the workforce of your city, can be a beneficial thing. Now, if you were to clear cut this forest down, you'll get a lot more wood all at once. but then, yeah, the forest is just destroyed forever. Like, say I clear cut this right here on the hilltop, I might get 8 points of wood, like 8 wood out of that. But here, if I just leave it, turn by turn, I'm only getting 0.37 per turn. So yeah, like if you really want wood fast, okay, clear cut and get it. But, you know, if you don't really need it, you might just consider keeping wood around, right? Sometimes, you know, I will clear cut and get rid of wood, you know, if I actually want to make it farmland instead. So, you know, it's your call as the player. Yeah, now also with the population workforce that kind of encompass a certain amount of tiles around the land, that really depends like how expanded the workforce is to work tiles. It's about population size. So here's 4. So I get 9 tiles worth to be worked. Also, they work the city tile too, by the way. Like, they will work the city tile. But there's nothing being extrapolated from the city tile. As we can see where we're hovering over it, it's just the tiles around it. Now, if we went to like another city that has less pop though, like Marathon has 2, let's click on that one. Notice how the expansion changes, the highlighter. This means that because we have less pop, we're actually only able to work these 4 tiles. Right here. We're not able to work this tile over here, or the forest tile up there. And well, that's scrub, who cares about scrub? And yeah, so be mindful of that. And Athenia over here, even less. Let's click on this one, a pop of 1. Oh, it can still do that. Yeah, so I believe if you have pops 1, 2, and 3, you get 4 tiles that can be worked. If you have pops 4 and 5, and maybe 6, I can't quite remember, but I think if you have pops 4 and 5, you get 9 tiles. Maybe 6, I can't quite remember. And then if you get over that threshold, you get to a population of 7 or 8 or so. It expands even more. You get like, I don't know how many tiles, like 16 tiles or something. It's quite the radius. And you get a lot of work going on, right? But there's something to remember. So you have more workforce, and you know you're working those tiles, and you're reaping the rewards that come with whatever's in that geographical tile. You know, your domestic resources there. However, the more pops you have, or the more mouths you have to feed. So your overall food supply, your nation has to be up there to feed the people. So that's why you need farms. You know, you get a certain amount that can be extrapolated from the grasslands or the plains, which are like luscious grasslands essentially. Yes, you do get food from that, but it'll reach a certain bell curve where it won't be enough to sustain the population in the city or the overall population of your entire nation. So you will need to plant farms down. And farms are basically a multiplier of the land value. So I believe that farms come in 2 tiers, tier 1 and tier 2 based on technology. So far we have tier 1. If I were to lay a tier 1 farm here, I believe the multiplier is 50%. So it would multiply that +2 that you're seeing right now on the grassland. It'll multiply it by 50%. Now, if I had the tier 2, I believe the tier 2 is a 100% multiplier. I can't quite remember, I could be wrong, it might be a 75% multiplier, but I think it's a 100% multiplier. Basically, you know, it matches the 0.2, what you see there, it doubles it. Okay, so that's how that works. Now, let's see what I can do here. The settler. Let's click on the settler, and I'll click on his actual image here. He has a bit of a health defense, 1. He's got a natural defense here of 1 point. It's kind of cool. He has a action point value of 2. Generally, he can move 2 tiles at a time. Per settler unit has a population of 1,000 citizens. He was recruited in Marathon, or I should say, you know, the group of citizens that are settlers for recruiting Marathon. He also has a special attribute attached to him. I just say him because it looks like one guy on the screen, even though it's technically 1,000 people. But this unit, it has an attribute called Forager. Oh, that's really cool. I can actually click on that attribute to get more information on it. Forager, reduction of maintenance turn costs for the military unit. Now, it calls all units in the game military units, even though not all units in the game are actually military units. I want to note that. Some mobile units can support themselves without using any state resources. Such ability, however, cannot be trained or obtained through the battle experience. It only appears in some units at the start of the game. Yeah, so it's not one that you can really acquire. It's only at the start of the game you can get this type of thing, a Forager unit. Start of the game, but I've also seen some situations where you might be awarded a unit, especially in the DLCs, and a unit will come with a Forager ability, and it could be mid-game. So, but you just can't learn it anywhere. You can't train them in cities or things like that, or through military experience. That's what it's saying. Whereas most skills you learn through research, or you can train them in various facilities and infrastructure in your settlements, or you obtain through battle experience. Okay, so that settler has a little bit of an edge. Kind of cool. We have all these tabs down here, and most of them we know of. Now, the only two that are new here are the Build Field tab. Build Field is, basically it's build a farm. Settler will build a farm where he's standing, and it'll cost 0.5 gold pieces to build. It'll take 1 turn to build. That might be a very good idea because this is very lush land, and I definitely want to keep my people fed. Right now, it looks like I'm stable for food. Up above it says 25 food is being produced, or I have 25 food. Now, I really wish it's not in the main game, but it always told you how much production you're expected for the next turn, and what loss, what consumption lost. It gives you a little information kind of drop down here. I really like that in the DLC. Unfortunately, it's not in the main game, so you just have to kind of get used to the feeling of it. I think you can also go into the ledger menu of this game, which is a little bit annoying to have to go in there all the time, but you can also get that information in there. The consumption of food based on your population, and the production of your resources as well. But if you ever see this start to drop, your reserve value drop, or if it turns red. Right now, all these figures are black print. If you see them turn red, that means you're going into a deficit per turn. That's when you really gotta wake up and be like, oh, I gotta look into this. I gotta start building a bit of a better infrastructure. So right now it seems like I'm kind of doing okay, but I like more the better, so I'm going to build this farm. Also, if you have an abundance of food, that is also a good thing, because it ensures a buffer zone that people won't starve, but also you can actually sell food, trade food off to other nations for things, which is pretty neat. So I'm going to build this. It's going to cost me, here we go. It's got his little hammer going, and he's building a farm. I'm pretty sure that's a tier 1 farm. Not a tier 2 farm. Okay, now we've got a spearman over here. Oh, I call them spearmen because, literally they're holding a spear, but apparently they're peltists. Now, peltists have small, flimsier spears that are actually meant for throwing. They're, a projectile unit in history. And in Greek history, peltists were well known and widely used. Now there are also spearmen. The Greeks used spearmen as well, especially hoplite units, which are long spears. But this game, they decided, to graphically represent various units in certain ways, and they wanted to represent this one as a peltist unit. Oddly, he's holding a spear though, not a peltist, so it's a little bit confusing. It's just something you have to get used to for now. Maybe they'll make that remedy in some patch later and kind of fix up the graphics. But yeah. And let's click on into the Peltist unit. Okay, it's got the name of the unit, name of the army, Diopathes' army. It actually has 2 skill sets attached to it, which is pretty cool already from the start of the game. It has the assault ability, also the defense ability. I will click on the assault ability. Attack strength is increased. I won't bother reading all this down below. You guys can do that on your own, or if you actually play this game. But it basically increases your attack strength by 1 point, I believe, or it might be a multiplier. I can't remember. We have defense. Map item, which is the unit itself, the military unit, receives a defensive bonus, and I believe that's a multiplier. Oh, there it is. Yeah, 50% defense bonus, so it is a multiplier. Oh, what's the attack? Let's just... Strength is now... Oh, 30%. So it's a 30% increase multiplier on the assault. Cool. Then his base stats are 3 for attack, 3 points for attack, 3 for defensive health, 2 for action points. He's got 1 for number of attacks and 1 point for defense. And I like to equate that with like armor or something like that, you know, shield and armor type of thing. It has 700 soldiers in 1 unit of Peltist. It's currently occupying Attica, the province of Attica. That's where it's sitting. It's currently on terrain defense bonus of -20%. So the Peltist does not do very well on this terrain. It has a reduction. So if this unit were to be attacked, it would have a 20% decrease in battle efficiency or proficiency. The tile is supported at 100% because we're right in our territory, and we're very close to cities and towns, so that's not a problem. Now, out of curiosity, I want to see what terrain type it's on. Let's hover over that. It's in the woodlands. So Peltists do not do well in the woodlands, and that makes sense because Peltists throw small spears. You're going to be knocking into trees, those into trees. You know, Peltists do best in open space, right? So that actually makes sense. Now you can get a better kind of synopsis on, you know, how to play various units when you're in the recruitment tabs, as we looked at before. So somewhere in the recruitment tabs, let's just take a look at it. It'll actually tell you. Oh, we can't go in back. We're currently building something. This one. Oh, I can't go in back. It's grayed out because we're not allowed to build, so I can't even go in to look at the units right now. That's unfortunate. Oh, but these ones, we actually don't know how to make Peltists in Amphidia, but luckily they're in the specialization menu, so we can kind of take a look at that. Basic infantry unit with good fighting morale, utilized for combat on even terrains. Okay, there. Yeah. Now, this is like a bit of confusing in the game, and I actually kind of spoke to the lead game designer about this, because I had some issue in getting used to this game when it comes to understanding the units. First of all, the graphical look of some of the units don't pertain to the title name of the unit, and the best example for this case is the Peltist. The guy's holding a spear. It's not a Peltist weapon, and typically Peltist didn't carry shields back then. The spearmen carried shields, so a little bit confusing with that. And also the way that units like operate in battle, you know, don't entirely outfit what they would do in history and based on their title. Yeah, you know, in some cases. So how I look at it is, when I see a unit and okay, it's called Peltist, I try not to envision it as a unit comprised of nothing but Peltists. I just try to see it as a battalion of men, of soldiers, that could be anything really, but are predominantly Peltists. That's how I kind of try to look at it with pretty much every unit of the game. And the reason I say this is because I noticed that there were no archer units in this game whatsoever, and including in all the DLC, there are no archer units, and I found that very strange in a ancient strategy game, because all of the strategy games out there have archers. You know, it makes sense. That's real. It's a very real unit, military unit in history. This game does not have them, and I kind of questioned the developer why that is. Like, where are the archers? You know, why aren't they here? And I kind of got a strange runabout reply that didn't quite make sense to me. You know, that, well, this is the explanation the developer basically gave me. That archers are technically in the game, they're just not graphically evident. So I guess the mindset to kind of like get into this is that basically the player is supposed to envision that archer units, like archer soldiers, are in every unit of the game somewhere, but they're the minority soldier group in that unit. So yeah, for instance, we have the peltist unit here. The peltists are primarily composed of peltist soldiers, but there are other soldiers in here too. You know, there can be spearmen in here, there can be archers in here, there can even perhaps be some cavalry units perhaps in here. But this unit primarily behaves on the graphical map and in battle as a peltist unit. So that's the mind frame I was told to kind of look at this, and that's what I do. So I took the developer's advice, and it's sort of helpful. Still a little bit confusing and odd to me, but it is helpful, so that's how I look at this game. And same thing with like the hoplet unit here, the hoplets. The primary soldier type of this unit are the hoplets, but we have to assume that there are also archers in this unit, that there are peltists in this unit, there are normal spearmen in this unit, like, you know, light armored spearmen, not that like all heavy armored hoplets, and there might even be some cavalry units in here. You know, but primarily this unit will operate as a hoplet unit. So that's how we have to look at every single unit in the game. Well, when it comes to land units anyway, we have to look at it as a conglomeration of all sorts of different types of soldier types, but there's a majority and primary soldier type that the whole unit as a collective will method as and move like and function as. Okay, so yeah, I really wanted to get that through to you guys because it was so confusing to me and odd to me, and you guys might be wondering the same thing as you're playing through this game. But to keep things a little bit more simple, the developer told me that he kept with only certain graphical looks to various units, just to keep things simple. So instead of choosing, say, a unit that is of an archer, like a bow and arrow, he went with the peltist because they're both projectile units. So it gives the impression that it's a projectile unit, and it's going to method that way. So archer, peltist, it doesn't really matter. Same. It's a throwing artifact unit. So that's that. But what I found was, sort of funny is that the peltist unit is holding a spear. It's not even a peltist. So this is the most confusing unit to look at in the game. I wish it was action archer, like with a bow and arrow, or it actually looked like a peltist unit. So I hope that's changed in one of the future DLC patches in the game or something. Okay. But otherwise, all the other units look pretty decent. Like, the hoplet unit looks pretty decent. We actually have some cavalry units in the game that look pretty decent. We have spear cavalry, we have peltist cavalry, and the peltist cavalry are actually holding peltist weapons, which is good. And cavalry, again, they're predominantly cavalry, but we have to assume that there are also archers and peltists and spearmen and even hoplets and other cavalry types within, that cavalry unit. Okay. So this spearman, what are we going to do with him? I think we are going to move him into the settlement of Athens. So here we have our pointer. So it's a snap to. So it shows you the direction that this unit will take per movement turn, which costs action points. And you can tell that unit to go to a certain tile. And that's what that does. So we're going to tell this unit to go to this town. And I'm going to click the right-hand mouse button for that. And it looks like it'll cost me 1 action point to do that. Boom, there he goes. And or it actually cost me 0.75 action points. I don't quite understand the movement or the action point breakdown, depending on what actions you take in the game. Probably because I haven't paid as much attention to it. But yeah, that actually cost me 0.75, so I still have 1.25 left. I won't be utilizing the rest of that for the turn, which is fine though. Now, I'm putting him here for a reason, because I actually want to decommission this unit for a time. I don't want to abolish this unit or completely retire it. I just want to put it at rest for a while. I want to send the men home and put them on call for a bit. And doing this is great because you can actually save some gold or resources. You don't have to pay them. Send them home, let them work their day jobs, things like that. Let them see their families. All these, how many men are here? I don't even know. Peltas 600, Peltas or 1,000 Peltas, something like that. They have all these tabs down below that you can do things with them. No, but I'm going to send them home. I'm gonna find it here. It's like a temporary decommission, but I'm not seeing the panel here anywhere. The tab. Oh, that's my error. Sorry guys, that is my error. This mechanic is actually not instituted in the vanilla game, the plain game. You will see that on the very next DLC and every DLC after that. Unfortunately. Sorry guys, that's my mistake, because I'm so used to playing the DLC. Anyway, well at least you know about that feature anyway. It's a really cool feature. You can basically hibernate your military units for a time to save yourself maintenance money, which is pretty cool. And you can, bring that unit back out of its stay again, put it back in active duty at any point. It takes a few turns to get them back in active duty again, but then you have to start paying them again, the maintenance fee. If you keep a unit in hibernation for too long, however, it'll start to lose its experience level, whatever it might have had, because, soldiers get rusty when they're not in active service for a while. And at its very worst, you'll actually lose the unit altogether. They will never return because they basically retire right out. They become so rusty that they're not even able to come back to military service again. And that's only if you keep them in there for a really long time. But yeah, that's not a function for this game, unfortunately. That's okay though. This is the first game of the vanilla version, and that's fine. But at least you guys know about it. So I guess since I've already moved here, what I'll do is I will just tuck him in to the city as a garrison. Garrison unit. Which is right there. Got the load unit button. Also, I want to see, we have a few other icons here. Once our unit is on top of the town. We've got the training unit, the training tab. I'm going to click into this. Train. We can train our units up, depending on what tech levels we've learned and things like that. So yeah, I can train this Peltas to become a city raider. Unit is specifically trained for attacks on cities. Ooh, pretty cool. Costs. Okay, the cost to build is 1 turn, and it's almost 6 gold pieces and almost 3 copper pieces. Kind of expensive, actually. Yeah, pretty cool. Usually you'll see a list of things here as you progress through the game, but right now we have the opportunity for 1 skill set we can train this one into if we want to. What else do we have? We've got the sell unit, okay, we've got the destroy unit, okay, we've got the pillage button. Now here, this is kind of funny, but you can pillage your own cities and settlements in this game. Your army can pillage your own settlements and cities. If you pillage a city, you get the resources. You get some resources out of it. The larger the city and the more developed a city is, the more resources that you can break down to get from it. But of course, you're going to lose all the population involved. You're going to lose the city if you pillage it. Actually, pillaging, I don't know if you lose the city entirely, but you damage it. You badly damage it. I've never pillaged my own cities in any game I've ever played, but it's something to think about, especially if you don't want a city in that particular area anymore. If you just don't want it there for strategic reasons or whatever, pillage it, get rid of it, get a little something for it, right? Or if you're in dire straits and you really need resources, you might resort to pillaging your own settlements. We also have Destroy Bridge, because there's actually a bridge on this tile too. Destroy Road, because there's a road here. Skip Turn, and Sleep. Yeah, so that's pretty cool. What we're going to do, we're just going to tuck it in. Load the unit, and we're going to right-click to usher him in with the little point icon. Do you want to enter the city? Yes. Boom. Done. There we are. There we go. Alright, now it's garrisoned. I should back up to the little yellow shield right there. That means you got at least one garrisoned unit. So I can just click on that and it pops up the garrisoned unit. And don't be fooled. It pops up here and it appears as if it's no longer garrisoned, that it's standing outside of the settlement again, but it's not. You just gotta look down below here. And in particularly at this button right here, the load and unload button. So if it has an arrow that is pointing outward, that means it is already inside of the garrison, but you can try to get it to ungarrison again. The reason why it's grayed out right now is because it's the same turn that we just garrisoned it, so you can't do both at the same time. We'll have to wait till the next turn before we can ungarrison it again. And once we click away to anything else on the map, it'll go back inside. Alright. Also, another way of detecting if a unit is garrisoned, you'll see a soldier's helmet figure right at the side of the title name or the title of the settlement itself. So yeah, yellow shield up here, and also another shield here. That's how you know if there's a garrison unit there or not. If you click inside of the settlement as well, off to the side over here at the picture, you'll see one helmet. That signifies one unit of garrison. If you see more than one helmet, you might see 2 or 3 in there. The 3 is the maximum amount of units that you're allowed to garrison in any settlement in the game. So if you see 3 helmets, it means you got the max. And out here, though, you won't see 3. So out here on the map settlement icon, you'll only see 1 helmet, but there could be more in there, so don't be fooled. You actually have to click into the settlement itself to get a little more information on how many units are garrisoned in there. Okay, so I notice we have a bridge kind of crossing the river there. That's pretty cool, right next to our settlement. So let's scroll out and take a bit more of a look as to what is going on with the land that we own and what's on it. So yeah, we've got a bit of a understanding about what our mainland looks like. Look at some of our islands over here. We've got Andros, we've got Ophusa. We've got a stone mine here. That's pretty cool. Stone mine right there. Okay, it's not connected to any roads. We've got Delos. These are all very small settlements. Very, very basic settlements. They don't have any defense or walls on it. Only 1 pop. Yeah. Not very well developed. We've got a piece of, we got a farmland next to this one. What's this over here? A slave market. Slave market on the Isle of Delos. Okay. Let's click into this one. Click into that, get a little more information about the slave market. Okay, it's got a bit of health here. 1 unit of health. 1 armor or defense. Population of 500 are working the slave market. Located in Andros, Nicaea. I guess that's the sort of provincial territory realm of, these conglomeration of islands, or, the area of the sea where these islands belong to. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, it even tells you when it was built. That was before the game start year. Slave markets are pretty interesting. Let's take a look at what the slave market actually does. Oh, I didn't mean to go into state decisions. I meant to go into build facility. Okay, slave market. Slave market is a specialized facility producing new slaves. Yeah, and that's what happens. It doesn't necessarily like produce them, but it brings in the slaves from abroad. They're stationed there, and they're basically trained in proper slave conduct before they're sent out into the rest of your civilized nation. And they basically just help to work. They're your workforce. Think of slaves as your extra workforce. So your citizens will work, but then the slaves are on top of that workforce, and they help to boost your productivity in resource collections and things like that, or like harvesting your farming fields. And they're free. You don't have to pay them. They just work for you for free. Now, every single turn, slaves will depreciate to a certain degree, a small degree, and that basically means that you're working them to death. So slaves expire quicker. They die on the job. Kind of sad, sucks, but that was the way back then. So you'll notice that your slave pool will decrease over time, and you have to continuously and constantly replenish it in various ways. There are really two ways to get slaves in this game, I believe. I think there are three ways to get slaves in this game. One is through the slave markets. You'll just automatically get a certain amount of slaves every turn. I don't know what the calculation is on that, though. I don't know how many slaves you actually get. I don't know that. I don't know if there's anywhere in the game that I've seen yet where you can understand how many slaves you're getting every turn cycle. But it's a small amount, but an amount that is not unnoticeable at the same time. The other way to get slaves is you can trade for slaves. You can trade with other nations and buy slaves from them, and then they will immediately enter your slave pool. The third way that I know of in obtaining slaves is through war. So basically, if you are sacking settlements that belong to the enemy or taking them over, or even destroying them outright, you will gather slaves from that. And you gather quite a bit of slaves, I would say, from those, especially depending on the population size of the settlement that you're taking over, because a higher population usually signifies a higher ratio population of slaves as well. And generally, slaves are always a good thing. Having slaves is great for the nation, for your nation, any nation in the game, up to a certain point. If you have too many slaves in your nation, that could start to create problems, because the citizens don't like seeing too many slaves everywhere. It starts to get them worried. Slave overthrow raids and things like that, right? That's the reason why. Having too few slaves are not so great either, because that means the citizens might actually have to work a little harder, and the citizens would rather just work their normal day job shifts, so to speak, right? So, you want to keep it somewhere in between too low and too high. In particularly, you don't want it to get too high. We'll hover over the slaves pool up here at the very top, 14.5 it says. Slave/citizen ratio is 20%. Ideal ratio is between 15 and 35%. So that gives you an idea of where you'd like to keep your slave ratio count in comparison to your citizens. And we're doing pretty good. We're right in the middle. 20% is perfect, not bad. I tend to always like to get my slaves right up to the max, though. Like if I can get it right up to 35%, that's great, because that's basically the full effect of slave productivity, which is wonderful. So I always try to get it right to that line, 35%, and try not to really get it over that. Because once it goes over, your citizens actually start complaining, and you'll get a notification, pop-up menu on the screen that signifies that and tells you basically what you can do to try to curb that down again. It gives you some pretty insightful information on how you might go about that. Where they're getting that ideal ratio from is based on your government type, your government style. So being how we're a democracy, 15 to 35 is the margin. Now, if you change your government style or type to something different, you might notice those ratio numbers changing. So, it might give you a little more leeway. It might be, 10% to say 50% or something like that. It really depends on the government type. Okay, let's move on. Looking around with these islands here. Naxos over here, we've got a copper mine. Pretty good. Somebody's boat is next to us. Whose boat is that? It belongs to the east. It belongs to the Achaemenid Empire. And there's a nation who is confederated with them called Mycia. So Mycia is basically their vassal or their satellite. They work under the Empire. The Empire essentially sort of owns them, almost. We'll get into the politics and diplomacy of things later. Okay, so those are our southern isles. Let's go over to the east a little bit. We've got Samos. Oh, we actually got a Peltist sitting on Samos. A little protection there. That's good. We have some map information. We can actually kind of see down here a little bit. Got another nation down here. Who is these guys? Can I click on them? I get some information on them. Yeah, it's another satellite or another vassal that belongs to the Achaemenid Empire. Who is this? Area belongs to them. Okay. Whenever you pop into the diplomatic windows, by the way, to look at a faction or a nation, and you see this little icon right here, looks like a sort of like a sign flag with a crown on it. That signifies that this nation belongs to, or is a vassal, like has an overlord somewhere. And all you have to do is click on this icon, it'll bring you right to their overlord. So boom, I do that, that's their overlord. Achaemenid. Okay. It's, oh, we've got something right in the middle here. Cycros. Okay, we've got a ship next to Cycros that belongs to us. Heraclos's fleet. Myrina, that belongs to us. And there's this guy spying on us over here. Spertius's fleet that belongs to the nation of Eobia. This mine actually belongs to us. It's on its own separate island. There's not even a settlement there, but it belongs to us. Sestos belongs to us. It has a copper mine next to it. However, it's having some troubles. Wow, look, see this kind of red-orange bar here? That signifies there's a problem with the settlement. Either low loyalty or low general. Let's click into it to get some more information. You'll see these two bars on each side. One is mostly filled with red, the other was gray. You always want to see gray. Gray is good, gray means there's no problems, red is bad. So on the left-hand side, this is the bar for morale of the city, and on the right-hand side, it's the bar for loyalty. So loyalty is great, 100% out of 100% great. Now this, we're having some morale problems here with the city. It's only at 23% out of 100, so that's not good. Now, when it comes to loyalty, if loyalty gets too low in a city, especially when it hits 0, if it hits 0, the settlement that belongs to you will rebel, and it could rebel, and it could become independent from you, which is not good. It can also flip to another faction or nation if it likes another faction or nation enough, or if that other faction and nation bribes the settlement enough with gold and influence, it might flip over to them, which is actually even worse in my opinion than it going independent, because at least if it's independent you can declare war and go and take out the independent city and without too much political mayhem going on. But if another nation takes it over, well, you would have to declare war on that nation now, and they might have a lot more military power and backing, so it might be more difficult to do that, to reclaim your settlement again. So that's how loyalty works. You always want to keep your loyalty up. If your loyalty level is not 0, but it's fairly weak, like it's, maybe 10%, 20%, then there's a chance that they could either flip over to another nation, so a higher chance that they could flip over to another nation, or a higher chance that they might rebel or riot. But certainly if it's like 0%, you can count yourself in that the next turn, you're going to have a rebellion. And then we've got the morale to the city. So you don't have to worry about the city flipping over to another nation or becoming independent from you. It's not like loyalty. Morale is different. Morale really just affects the production level of the citizens or the population involved with that city. So, the more terrible your morale is, the work proficiency starts to lower. Basically, their ability to work the tiles around it that are highlighted. So there might be farm tiles, it might be agricultural tiles, it might be, working a mine, chopping wood type of thing. They won't do it as great. You'll get lower resources per turn. So it's a good idea to always keep your morale as high as you can. Also, if morale happens to be low, or even like no morale, 0, which is bad, and the enemy comes and attacks your settlement, then they will be able to take over your settlement a lot easier. So basically, the low morale will be a multiplier against your defensive systems. So that's another reason why you want to keep the morale of your settlements as high as you can. Okay, let's carry on. We've got a piece of land over here that has absolutely... Well, it doesn't really have any resources on it besides, I guess, maybe a little bit of agriculture and some wood. It's got no settlements on it. Way up here in the north, in the Thracian territory, we've got Abdera on the mainland. Oh, population 3. Pretty cool. Okay, we've got Thasos. We've got Neapolis. And now Neapolis is kind of in between Thracia and what starts to lean into the Macedonian territory over here. Yeah, and then down below from Macedonia we've got the Chaldiki. Okay, let's take a look at what kind of Greek factions are present on the western side of the map. Yeah, so all this territory here, it's in our fog of war. We don't have much information on this right now, but that's basically where the Macedonians are. We've got a little bit of Portland here. Got some ports. Methoni and Pitnia are here. We've got Peltis as well. That's pretty cool. It's kind of like stuck right to the side here. We got Macedon right next to us. We've got Chaldiki on the other side. Oh, look at right here, stuck in between the Chaldean territory, between their settlement of Mende and their capital city of Olenthos. We've got a small settlement, Potidea. It's having just very slight issues with morale. Only a 10% reduction, not bad. Yeah, and I believe one of our player objectives, is to try to keep and hold these 3 settlements here in the north for 7 years, if I remember. That could be challenging. We'll see. What else do we have? I'm going to zoom out on the map here, actually. Yeah, way over here in the far west north, we really don't have any eyes over here or much intel at all. But there are a lot of barbaric and native clans here. Probably a few of them. We've got a sort of a Greek nation here off to the side, the coastal here. Who are these guys? Korkia. They're Greeks. Yep, Korkia. That's their capital city right here on this island. And they seem to kind of stretch up here a bit on the coast. Yeah, what do we got over here? Got another nation somewhere here in this fog of war. Get any intel on them? Is the Molossian kingdom. They're Greeks. And then we got like some small nations down here. Acarnania. Next to them, we've got Thermon, the nation of Thermon. Or, sorry, that's their capital city, Thermon. It's the nation of Aetolia. My apologies. And then next to them, actually right, getting pretty close to our where we're located, our mainland, we've got Phokis, the nation of Phokis. Oh, here's the capital city, Thebes, and that belongs to Boeotia. And Boeotia is right next door to us. They're our neighbors, they border us. Just north of us is Eobia, in this kind of island here, or I might call it a small peninsula. Kind of moving more south from us, from our mainland, we've got Corinth, the nation of Corinth, and then just below them, the nation of Argolis, and then kind of getting into some of the core of the mainland here. We've got another Greek nation called Arcadia. Just a little bit north of them, another Greek nation called Achaea. And then off to their west, there's a Greek nation called Elis. Just south of Elis, there's another Greek nation called Messenia. And just beside Messenia, to the east a little bit, we have Sparta. And then further down, kind of across the sea a little bit, we've got a peninsula down here, and that is, well, I don't know who that belongs to. It may not belong to any nation right now, and it actually might be just a bunch of barbaric tribes that fester this island. Cool, let's get over to the east side of the map now. This little island down here, this belongs to Rhodes. They're Greeks, but they have some Persian influence attached to them. And let's zoom out a little bit more. Yeah, this huge landmass here. It's kind of all attached to the Persian Empire, belong to Achaemedes. But there are other factions in here. I just can't really see them. There are other factions in here, other, Arabic factions that have maybe a little Greek influence attached to them as well. Usually they're on the coasts. They'll probably come to light a little bit more as we play and we start to meet them. What do we have way up here in the upper northeast? Oh, Rhodes owns one settlement up there too. Oh wait, we're peeking at something. Who's this right here? Got a little bit of eyes here. The nation of Phrygia. And they're confederated with the Achaemenid Empire as well. Okay, and then over here in Thracia, there is a sort of barbaric nation that is close to being civilized. The Odrysius Kingdom. We just can't see them at all, but they're kind of in this whole fog of war, and they actually have a half decent amount of land. Yeah, so that's what the current start game map is kind of looking at, or looking like. Alright, so what would I like to do now? I'm kind of curious about, the nations surrounding me a little bit more diplomatically, politics of what's kind of happening right now. So let's go into the state window. Enter foreign relations. There we are. And, well, there's Athens right there. And I'd just like to take a look at maybe my most immediate neighbors who are around my territory, especially my mainland, but also take a bit of a look at those around some of my islands. So let's look at our border neighbors, and that's Boeotia. Click on them. We're currently at peace with them. Okay. Their attitude towards us is distant. Right, okay. They're actually pretty powerful. Their population, economy, power, and countryside is actually pretty formidable. I'm impressed. I'm surprised. Even though I've actually played this game before, but I don't play as Athens or anyone near Boeotia, that's why. So, yeah, pretty cool. They're actually pretty powerful. We have no trees established with them right now. No trade trees, nothing like that. Distant. So what would I like to do with these guys? I believe they're not a part of our league. We have some influence. Some of the Greek nations are sort of members of our league, so we have a little influence on them. And we'll take a look at who they are pretty soon. But being how these guys are my neighbors and they are pretty powerful, I like to try to keep on half-decent relations with them if I can. So maybe let's try one of the best ways to improve relations with another nation is simply to trade with them. Trade is always good, and trade is usually helpful between both parties, especially if you give the other nation a better trade deal. So you're kind of giving them a little more than what you're getting back. The AI in this game notices that, and they will basically affiliate a little bit better with you because of that. But even if it's even Steven, fair trade, 50-50 down the line, you will still pick up some beneficial attitude points, right? They will still like that, irregardless. It'll just be a little bit more marginalized. So let's look at the trade menu here. Oh, it's locked out. It won't let us trade right now. No trade routes to you. Trading partner has no trade routes to you. Well, that's bizarre to me, because there are trade routes. I can see that. They're literally right next to us, so it's open. The reason why I think this is locked out, it's probably locked out for every nation right now. It's because we're on the first turn. If memory serves me right, I believe on the first turn of this game, you cannot partake in any diplomacy with any of the nations whatsoever, including trade. So, yeah. I think actually we will not get into the diplomacy right now. We'll wait till turn 2 to do that, so we can actually do some things. But for now, we'll just kind of take a look at the basics of foreign relations. Let's look at. So we have some of these nations besides. I just want to see who's in our league. We've got Eobia. We have a defense pact with Eobia. And you can see the clenched fists here, the hand-in-hand fists or hands, which signifies it on the political map. We also have a defensive pact league with Phokis. Over here, a little bit across the way, we also have a No, we don't have a defensive pact. We have a brother in arms pact, which is basically like an alliance with the Arcanian nation. Oh, and up here, who's this? Korkia. We also have a brothers in arms pact with Korkia. So these 4 nations are members of our league. Oh, we have a 5th member way down here. I just saw Rhodes. We have a brothers in. Is it a brothers in arms? No, it's a defensive pact. We have a defensive pact with Rhodes. We'll get into what defensive pact and brother in arms or alliances mean in this game. I'm pretty sure most of you already would understand what that is, but for those that don't and are very new to strategy games, even in general, I'll kind of point a few things out. So it's good to know kind of who our more immediate and closest friends are, those who might support us in military strength, things like that. I'm also seeing we are at war with a couple of nations here. We're actually currently at war at the very start of the game. We're at war with Macedonia. We're at war with them. Holy smokes. You can see it by the cross swords here. Also, we are at war with the Odrysian kingdom up in the north. And that's a little bit unfortunate because we actually have some attached lands, with both of these kingdoms. We've got some islands near the Odrysian kingdom. We got some land, port land here, attached to the Odrysian kingdom. We've also got a little bit of land attached to the Macedonians. So, and we also have a little bit of land attached to the Chaldiki. But we are not at war with them, fortunately for that at least. So we have to be very careful, in our beginning turns here, because we are at war with these two nations up here. And it seems like everybody else we are neutral with. We have neutral relations with them. The rest of the Greeks and the tribes in the west, as well the Arabic, or more or less the Arabic peoples of the east. Okay, we'll exit out of that. And yeah, we'll get to some strategizing, into some thinking, and how we're gonna move forward in the initial of this game. We're gonna come up with some ideas, or I will come up with some ideas while you guys observe what I'm coming up with, I should say. We'll see what kind of options, might seem to be the best ways to move forward. It's got to be a game plan, Gonna maybe pick one or two sort of missions to really focus on, and then we got to figure out what we're willing to maybe sacrifice or not put too much focus on, depending on where possible threats might lay around the globe here, around the world map. So yeah, we'll kind of get into that a little bit more once we process to the next turn and take a little bit of a better look at the diplomacy menu and what we can do there diplomatically with some of these nations once it's unlocked and we can actually fill around a little bit and make some real decisions. So I think we're about ready to get to that processing of the next turn, or our very first process turn. All right, processing. End the turn.